How to beat TC Freer at World of Warships. He kicked my ass. He did so well. It's so funny that he came in afterwards and said, like, I'm knackered now. He deserved to be. He did really well. Yeah, no, he did well yesterday. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I know. Win rate is not the only measure of skill in the game, for sure. Right. Boom. So, as Hangman pointed out, it might take me a second to remember what's going on, but I think I'm pretty up to where we were. Come back here, I'll bite your legs off. Yeah. Oh, and relax. Funny thing is, of those 3 stressful things today, the bank, the vintage story experience, and my neighbors, it is like by an order of magnitude my neighbors that are stressing me out the most. All right. Yeah, we're freezing, but we're doing okay. We've got plenty of coal. It's about to get 2 levels warmer. It's going to go down again 1, but it's going to go up to 50, down to 60. So that, and we're coping okay with 70 right now, so that's okay. The problem we're going to have is the Londoners thing in 3.5 days. Because unless this, like, pretty good hope starts to kick in and knock this down, like it's saying it will do, but it hasn't yet, because that number has not changed, we're going to have a problem, because 58 people are going to leave, and that is going to be an issue. But 58 fewer people is still 58 fewer mouths to feed, and now that we have yak... Where did I put yak? Where did I put yak? Oh, on the coal mine. There he is. Now we have yak. That does the work of a few people. That means that we have a constant income of whatever I choose. So that's okay. We turned off a few medical posts. I think we were... I just unlocked a few things that I haven't built yet, if I remember correctly. So... yeah, we just unlocked an infirmary. I've got 2 steam cores coming. I think they're on the way back, aren't they? Because they're on the way back from... thingy... Wait. Why is that arrow going that way? Okay, they came... oh yeah, so they went to see the Americans, so I was right. They went to see the Americans. They found some of the remaining Americans who had fled from that guy. We also found Winterhome. You put your bare hand into a container with liquid nitrogen. I mean, if it's for a split second, if you literally like dunk your hand and pull it out again, you should be protected by Leidenfrost effect. But I mean, if you hold it in there for more than a fraction of a second. Yeah. My dad was telling me, or has told me many times, that he and a friend used to go into an industrial area when they were kids, like young teenagers, and this was obviously like the 50s, there were tanks of mercury that were being used for some kind of engineering thing. And they used to take tubing down there. And they used to basically siphon mercury out of these tanks with their mouths and play with it. First of all, I can't imagine how strong your lungs would have to be to suck up mercury. Like, imagine like a big industrial tank and you stick a tube in it and you suck up liquid metal. Because it must be so heavy. Like, the reduction in pressure you would need for the atmosphere to push it up the tube would be crazy. No, my dad's still very much alive. But yeah, so he and his mate used to play with liquid mercury in their mouths. The mercury was nowhere near as dangerous in the 50s. He and his mate also, I'm assuming it's the same mate, him and his mate also used to go cow tipping. Which apparently is very funny, because cows sleep standing up, and if you're quiet enough, you can push them over before they wake up. Apparently, that's the thing. And cow tipping is dangerous. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Maybe to a calf. Even then. And then he and, I'm assuming, the same mate, both became entertainers and went to work on cruise ships. They became literal clowns. After being metaphorical clowns, they became actual literal clowns. And they had a business doing like children's parties as clowns, and then they got jobs on cruise ships as a double act and traveled the world. Bull tipping? I think they are, Cog. Yeah, they still are. They still are, before some idiot releases frickin' wolves and bears back in it. I don't think beavers attack many people, so I think we're okay with the beavers. Bulls, yeah, bulls are crazy. I remember once, cows are also really, really curious. Like, the main reason that they're dangerous is that they're super, super curious. And when I first got Maisie, I was kind of exploring, because I live in like farmland, I was exploring the local area and looking for interesting footpaths to walk down with her, like little circular routes that I could do, and found a really cool footpath through some fields. But one of the fields was a cow field, and I remember we crossed into this field, and it was kind of like a humpback field, and so I couldn't see that there were cows in it when I climbed in. And it's quite a big field, and we had to go like right down to the opposite corner, and halfway across this field, this wall of cows appeared. Fortunately, they were quite young, and so they weren't very big yet. They were only shoulder height, and they were super cute. They were very, very cute. I love cows, but they are super curious. If you have a dog, they are very, very curious, and they really, really want to know what it is. And so I see this literal wall of cows coming towards us, and the closer they got, the faster they were going, until they all broke out into a trot. And I literally got to the stile in the bottom corner of the field just as this wall of cows kind of like closed in on us. And I lifted the dog up and I just threw her over the fence, basically. And because I'm like, okay, it's a lot harder for them to hurt me than it is to hurt her, because they can stamp on her. And so I lifted her up and like threw her over the fence, and then climbed over the stile, and then turned around and took a photo. I don't know if I still have that photo, but I took a photo of this wall of cows like looking over the fence at us. Yeah, it was pretty scary. And there was another instance at nighttime where I was walking her down a country lane that we quite often walk down, and it had been very stormy, and obviously a gate had blown open somewhere, and there was a herd of adult cows, like fully grown dairy cows, just in the road in this country lane. And once again, cows are very curious, and they saw us like emerge onto this lane and turn right, and I could hear them behind us before I saw them. I'm like, oh shite, cows. And so I started to walk quite quickly with the dog, and I could hear them like running up behind us because they're like, oh, what's that? And so I had to jump over someone's garden wall. This was like 3 in the morning. I had to jump over someone's garden wall into like a farmhouse and call the police. I was like, I'm trapped. Help. And they're like, do you have a dog? I'm like, yes I do. I'm like, oh, like rural police, they're used to it. They're like, do you have a dog? Yep. And so the police had to come and rescue me. That was fun. Freaking cows. Like, but I used to work somewhere that had a cow field right next door, and some like picnic tables, because cows love dogs, or are really curious about dogs. And so if it's just you, the cows kind of like 50-50 as to whether they come over to you. If you have a dog, they're guaranteed to come at you. Absolutely guaranteed. Because I think they think it's a cute little cow, and they want to come over and see the cute little calf. And so they'll literally crowd you. And that's really dangerous, because they're like all around you and like pushing, and they're huge animals, even the juveniles. And most animal related deaths in the UK are cow related. It's usually dairy farmers being crushed by their own cows. They're not like being headbutted or stamped on or anything like that. They're just being crushed. So I used to eat lunch. I used to take like a packed lunch to work, and then we had picnic tables outside next to the fence where the cows were, and so I used to go and sit on this bench and eat my sandwiches at lunchtime, and the cows would come like right up to the fence, and they'd just like, they're pressing their noses through the wire, like, what are you eating? And over a few weeks, they kind of get used to you, and they'll let you, eventually they'll let you give their noses a little stroke. They're just like big dogs, basically. Big 2-ton dogs. Yeah, look where the cows are, exactly. Totally. Yeah, it's kind of scary. I'm not sure if I would rather go into a field that has a single bull or a herd of cows. Because at least a single bull can't crush you to death, and you can literally run away from it. But a herd of cows, you can't really escape a herd of cows. Yeah. But I'm not sure which one I'm more concerned about. I'd rather deal with neither of them, to be honest. Yeah, but there's bulls and then there's bulls, right? Because there's different breeds. And most of the bulls that we have here are not the kind of bulls that you have in bullfights. Because they don't necessarily have horns. Oh, I know, but so can a herd of cows. Yeah. Do I think I could fight a bear? No. Do you think you could fight a bear? Is it a panda? Like, I think I could fight a panda. They seem to fall over quite a lot. You just stand and wait. Fortunately, that's not a problem we have to deal with here, because we don't have any bears. Of any kind, other than Paddington. And Paddington's not that scary. Would you rather fight one bull-sized duck or 1,000 duck-sized bulls? I think I'll go for the 100 duck-sized bulls, please, Bob. Yeah, they sound quite cute. What about him, Diego? Still wouldn't want to fight him. Some people think they can fight a bear. Some people haven't seen a bear's paw. With claws that are literally as long as your forearm. I don't think people realize how big they are. They are humongous. How aggressive are the duck-sized bulls? I mean, they're probably pretty aggressive, but they don't have much mass. It's basically like 100 pugs. Even pug is probably a bit too big. It's like 100 dachshunds. That doesn't sound that scary. A 100 pug puppies. Hopefully they breed better than pugs, yeah. That is true. Ducks aren't that big. Depends what subspecies, but ducks aren't that big. What kind of ducks do you? Oh, this is probably Canada. You probably have like enormous ducks, judging by the size of your geese. Right. So these guys are coming back with 18 engineers, 7 children, 35 workers, 2 steam cores, 55 metal, and 216 wood. We can nearly do a new lore, I think? Yeah. I think we signed last time. I think the last thing we signed was shrines? Oh, I didn't put any shrines in, actually, I think. Oh, no, I did. I did. I put a few in. But we could maybe do some more, because I need to increase my hope quite quickly in order to try to get the Londoners number down as fast as possible. So maybe we try to put some more of these in. I wish when you did this, it showed you the area of effect of the existing buildings of the same type, or does it? Oh no, it does, it's just a bit subtle. So maybe we'll do that. That's it. I think we've got most things covered. And then in the tech tree... So I was going to start unlocking some of this insulation stuff. We got infirmary, which requires... right at the end of the stream, we were discussing infirmary versus the medical tent thing. And I was talking about swapping those over. Alright, I think I'm mostly caught up. And we've just flipped that over to a downward tendency, so hopefully this number will start to come down. Is it supposed to? Plenty of food. Yep, I think we're good.
Time to rest, folks.
Time to rest. Increase the volume of the voices. There isn't a voices slider. I don't know which one it is. I'm going to assume it's SFX. So in the morning we go back up to -50. Come on, this number's supposed to go down. It's a bit unfair if the number goes up when it's red and then doesn't go down when it's blue. Maybe it goes down at midnight. Oh, we can choose a thingy. We got, I'm really curious as to what this is. Protector of the Truth. The captain, that's me, will assume the title of Protector of the Truth. He will be the only one who can tell us what is right and what is wrong, and so guide our faith. Captain's words, Faithkeeper's Temple. Each use greatly reduces discontent. Discontent will rise generally. Well, my discontent right now is pretty low. I just really want to know what that is. House of Healing. Basically a Twitch mod. Exactly. House of Healing. The faithful work in the House of Healing will not only heal the sick, but also pray for them, giving them hope. But not actually helping. New building, House of Healing. The House of Healing doesn't require engineers. Treats the gravely ill and gives all patients a small hope bonus. You'll have to build a House of Healing. House of Healing heals people slower than the Infirmary, but doesn't require engineers. But I do have a surplus of engineers right now. If I remember correctly. Field kitchens. Each field kitchen will provide people working nearby with hot meals to keep them warm. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Raises the temperature of nearby workplaces by 1 level. Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. 5 wood, it's cheap as well. And it has its own base heating level of 3. That's pretty cool. I like that. Temple. Build a magnificent testicle to the devotion of our people. It will kindle hope in the hearts of the faithful and sway the doubtful. Templars hope London may occasionally mend their ways. Discontent will occasionally fall slightly. Ceremonial service in the temple raises hope and comforts the discontented. Oh, I need to remember that I'm trying to do my 2 existing abilities every 24 hours. I think we're probably going to go field kitchens. There can only be 1 public house. Yeah, I quite like that. That sounds pretty cool. 20 wood, 10 steel. That's quite cheap to build. We'd build that and get out of the way. Let's do that. Let's build. They can. Oh, I know, right? Shocking. There can only be 1 pub. And apparently we're in the UK. What's going on there? Public house. Pub next to the church? It's pretty traditional. A long-standing relationship between churches and pubs. I wonder if it requires stuff. I don't know. I'm looking forward to an evening at the pub with friends. A pub will remind us of home and help us forget our woes. How we growing hops? Don't ask. You are making a dangerous assumption that the beer is made from hops. And not ground up frozen dead people. Don't ask why the beer is particularly tangy and slightly beefy. Soylent IPA. You. Why is that going up? Overcrowded freaking medical facilities. Well, it didn't go down at midnight. Oof, that is going up. Why? Why? Why are you going up so quickly? Oh, the freaking... Oh, no, the bunkhouses are chilly. That might be why. Oh well, it's warm in the morning. Never mind. It'll be fine. We get stuff the pub. Oh, is it? I wasn't expecting it to be finished. Yeah, slight problem with that is there. Oh, that's fine. I wasn't sure if that would need heating or not. Why did that make no difference? Yay! I'm 3. That's cool. First Landoners convinced to stay. Sir, several of the people who wanted to flee to Landon have decided to trust you and stay. They say that your recent decisions convinced them there is hope for us yet here. Excellent. Stop stealing my shit. Can it be morning now, please? I really would like to turn this off. We survived another night. Yeah, I know. I am aware. Please don't explode. I'd like to turn you off. All right. We got a pub. Hang on, what? Cold ass things. Shush.
Get going. Time to earn your bread.
Right. That doesn't need to be. That can go. That can go. That can go. That, and that. And that. And that. And that, and that. And then probably we should turn that and that on. And then probably we should heat the pub. 3 days. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah, I forgot it again. Right, I need to do these once every 24 hours. That I delegate to you. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Remind me to click that one. One hour until they arrive. I built housing for them, right? Oh, I need to be building their bunkhouses. Oops. I remember preparing for them. I just forgot to finish preparing for them. So, 10 steel. Yep, that's fine. Doodly doop. That should be them all bunkhoused. We built them a fighting arena. Lovely. Ooh. Scouts unit number 2 have returned safely to the city. Lovely. 40 homeless. Hang on, just hold your horses. 1 second. There. Right, so did an ice age occur? It's, yeah, some kind of like global human-induced catastrophe. I think it's like a nuclear war or something like that. Yeah, environmental disaster. I don't think it actually tells you specifically. It's a bit of a mystery. I think it's a bit the beginning. The beginning of the game does like explain the situation, but it's a bit vague as to how it happened, if I remember correctly. Just a particularly cold weekend. Oh, volcano. Interesting. Okay. Right, so down this end we only have fishing village. So maybe let's go and clear that out. Left the AC running. So yeah, someone in London left their AC running with the window open. And cooled the whole world. Right, we now have a lot of people. So I have a factory. I'm still 150 column, 1 steam core. So I have 2 steam cores. So I definitely think we want to build... Still don't have a hot house. Oh, do I have a hot house? Did they build a hot house? I did build a hot house. Staff the hothouse? I have staffed the hothouse. Okay. Cool. What does the counter over the day mean? The counter over the day. Do you mean this one? Is that what you mean? Yeah, it's my raw food. So the hunters go out and they get raw food, and then also raw food comes from the hothouse, which grows vegetables and stuff. And then that raw food gets cooked into... It's pretty simple. The raw food gets cooked into... when I can find the right building, because everything looks the same. In there somewhere. There. The cookhouse then turns that into rations. And there are two kinds of rations. There's a standard meal and a soup. The soup is... like, you produce more portions, but it's less nutritious, and so it raises discontent and lowers hope, I think. Whereas the other one takes more food per portion, but is, you know, more satisfying. And yeah, it's pretty simple. It's just raw food into rations. No, refrigeration, not so much of a problem. I suspect the thawing part might be a problem. Alright, so I could make an infirmary. That'll take one of my steam cores. And then I could use the other steam core, perhaps, to make another automaton. I definitely have the resources. Because the hothouse can take an automaton, so I could put an automaton on that. So I have a constant trickle of food. Let's get the infirmary placed, I guess. You've started getting videos of what it's like to live in Yakutsk. It probably is the algorithm. Healthcare insulation researched. Cool. So I think, given that we potentially have quite a long cool period coming up of -60, if I get the cookhouse insulation, the hothouse insulation, yeah, it could be good as well. Let's get that. Where's my workers, man? I got 66 spare people. Get to work. Go build stuff. Oh, they haven't quite got in yet. Right, you here? Build houses. This is BYO houses. I've got spare everyone. Spare all the things right now. We're double down. You're right. We are. Hopefully that will actually be reflected in the flipping number. That is not my fault. There are 560 food rations in storage. Go and eat something.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
And storage is becoming a problem. So that's one of the main goals. So basically there's a separatist faction in my population who, it's about a quarter of my population, who want to leave, gather up their belongings, gather some provisions, and try and find London, because their theory is that London is a big city, it can't possibly have fallen, so they want to go and find London. The problem with that is it creates friction within the population. They keep trying to steal food to get together the supplies they need to go on the journey, and if they do actually leave, I lose a significant number of people who are my workforce. Although right now it wouldn't actually be too much of a problem because I've just had a whole bunch of people arrive, so I would actually lose fewer people than I've just gained, so actually wouldn't make that much of a difference to me right now. I think we might do field kitchens.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
I was kind of hoping that was going to be a road attachment, but never mind. Because fitting this in might be a challenge. Fortunately, it's quite small. I can't hope these don't require stuff. Oh, I can fit it in there. That's cool. Yeah, so this is a problem. So this is something that I would take a lot more care of if I was to do another run through. We're making sure to leave little spaces for things that I know are coming. Like that. Can you move them? No, but you can destroy them and rebuild. Apparently Hunter's Lodges don't get this, but that makes sense because there's no one there. many frozen to death? None. 0. Alright, that's everyone homed in a bunkhouse. Is it still first? Yeah, it's still my first playthrough, yeah. Okay, so apparently these do require stuff. So how many staff do they require in order to get the bonus? How does that work? Raises the temperature of nearby workplaces by 1 level. So that's a very specific thing. So can I just stick 1 member of staff in each one to get that bonus? Amount of resources required daily to maintain this building's operation. Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just wondering how the mechanic works, because what's the difference between 1 member of staff and 5 members of staff when the description says it raises the surrounding workplaces by 1 level specifically? Does it matter if I only have 1 member of staff? In which case, why would I ever put 5 in? Please listen to the question. The description says it raises the surrounding workplaces by 1 level. If I have 1 member of staff, or 5 members of staff, if that's the same effect, why would I put 5 people in there? So I think what we'll do is you need 1 to work over putting them, so it increases the odds that it's functional. 1 person is sick. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just wondering what this is as well. Maybe they have to go and get it, and you need a certain amount of people to stock it. I mean, we could literally do some science. I could put 1 in this one and see if this, because like this, for example, is currently very cold. We'll see, because we should see the +1 come up in there. And if I, over here, if I go like 5 in that one, 5 in that one, 5 in that one, 5 in that one. And we'll just see if they get the same bonus. Two and a half days. What's the big crawly thing? I'm not sure what you're seeing exactly, but it was probably yak. What did it look like? Because yak is there. Is that what you mean? Yeah, that's yak. So that's an automaton. I can make those, but we found this one out in the wilderness. But so currently he's just gone and attached himself to this building, and he'll drive the building. So they're basically like little Walker steam engine things. So you can set them to work on a building instead of people. And they work at 60% efficiency, but they work 24 hours a day. Yak is actually working. Yep, he's literally working down the mines. And so then what we might do with the other core that we have is build another one of those. Because then the landers can feck off. And I will replace them with robots. Doesn't that sound familiar? The art imitating life. Cool, that was the plan, yeah. That was the plan. I'll name them in order of the I don't know, the quality of the mods. I don't know. Only I will know what the order is. Not saying. I am not saying. Right, infirmary. Would it be a big power move to rename everyone to Yak? It might get a bit confusing. So, with the advent of the infirmary, we can probably get rid of these medical posts. Because the infirmary is now taking up 18 of those patients. I'll leave 2 of those medical posts. These 2 that I currently have turned off, we can get rid of those. Don't need that. Are you in the research lab? The research labs are right now aren't probably my warmest buildings. No. Everywhere's pretty cozy right now, though. I am slightly concerned about all those field kitchens having an effect on my rations. Just wondering whether maybe another hothouse might be advisable. As long as there's a spreadsheet, there probably is a spreadsheet or two. According to the statistics, you're currently running a rations deficit. Are you running a spreadsheet? Are you sitting there doing the cat gif? Like, by my calculations, Stats is going to run out of food. I've done a Bayesian analysis. Make a pretty good eco character. Uh-huh. It gets old quickly, you're telling me. Nice. It's going down. Don't think it's going down quick enough, but it's going down. Oh, I think we're truly blessed, our captain most of all. Let's give thanks to our Lord, that's me, for all his blessings. He thinks I'm amazing. I think I'm going to wait until this situation resolves itself before I decide whether to make an automaton or... Because if I'm going to lose a whole bunch of people, it's going to help with the food situation. Well, I'm going to change their mind. Because once I get to the red glowy thing, I'm pretty sure that means I'm the Lord, not some other guy. Pretty sure. Go. TC's got the right idea. Yes, thank you very much. I wish that's one complaint I have about this game is it doesn't prompt you quite enough. I wish the churches would say like, you know, your thing's available, but it doesn't. So thank you for the reminder. So 10 a.m. tomorrow-ish, we turn that back on. Because it's really annoying. It's like, once you've enabled these things, like, every day you have to remember to go and press the button, which I don't like that as a game mechanic. Like, having to remember to go and press something on a regular basis should not be a game mechanic. Yeah, exactly. Why does it have to be inconvenience? Like the plot of bloody, what's that TV show from like 20 years ago with the polar bears on the tropical island? And the numbers. Lost. It's like Lost, just pressing the button for no reason. Yeah, is that an explosion? Alright, cookhouse installation. We could do flying hunters. Get that extra little bit of raw food coming in. What's the sound of the thumper thumping? Thumpers do thump. You can fix your food issues with a button every time you press it. Your secret police eliminate someone. I like it. That's the kind of button pressing I can get behind. Yeah. Yeah. Except I've gone down the whole like church route, so it's not secret police. It's what would it be? What would be the Catholic Church equivalent? The Inquisition. It's the Inquisition. They're gonna go out and inquisite people, exquisite people. Yeah. Yeah, that's you. Nope, you're showing your ankles. Warrior nuns, amazing. I love it. Okay. Do you want to do that at some point soon? But I think we're gonna go for that. I can almost absorb that from my existing population with no disbenefit, really. Why are you shut? Can I just turn you... I can turn you back on again because we've got plenty of people right now. More stuff faster. That's very cool. I hadn't noticed that the little hopper comes up and it dumps coal out of the top. Looking at an initial investigation by the Inquisition, which does mean investigation on its own. It was Castio. Is that a person? Was one, but oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Let's have a look. Which one? I wish the buildings weren't so similar looking. I kind of like it in one respect, but when you want to find something, it makes it quite tricky. Especially if you've turned the camera and you've forgotten where it was. Wasn't it in here somewhere? Nope. Nope. Yeah. I'm trying to keep that at the bottom. There? Yeah. So that's a 5. So that's giving that a +1. Oh my god, that's so hard to see. Oh, it's that one. Okay. So it's a +1, but it's gray. What does that mean? So that's a +1 and it's yellow. That's a +1 and it's yellow. So I would take that to mean that that's a bonus that is potentially going to be applied, but isn't actually being applied. That's what I would guess. Because the game hasn't actually explained what those colors mean. No, it could be, as Zionzi says, it could be that because the building itself is not operative, that bonus doesn't apply because the worker from the field kitchen isn't visiting because there's no one there. So, but what I'm trying to work out is it grey because there's no one working there, or is it grey because the field kitchen wouldn't be able to even if it was working? Also, why is my sawmill not working? It's 12:52. Why are they not at work yet? Oh. That's why. This game could poke your eyes a little. No, it's not storage. It's that there's no wood left. The game could be a little bit more forceful when it comes to things like that. Like, hey, idiot. Whereas the game seems to take a more of an approach of like, and if you're kind of distracted and you're busy doing other things, you just don't notice that. Yeah, that's what it means, Yonzi. It's not obvious enough. It needs to be like, awooga, awooga. There's a problem. You need to sort it out. It's too subtle for me. A Clippy helper, exactly. So, I see you're trying to harvest wood. Would you like some help? Yeah, so it looks like you can get the full bonus with just the one member of staff. Whether there's any other negatives to that, I don't know. Stats faith buns, I think I did it. Done it. It warms the soul, sir. People appreciate the field kitchen we built for them. They've sent a delegation to thank you. Are they bringing me gifts? It's not going to be long. We've already thanked our brothers in faith who run the kitchen, and we'll keep them in our prayers in this frozen wasteland. Anything that helps one warm is a lifesaver. I am glad to hear that, my child. Carry on. Yeah, it is prayer. It's definitely a design decision. I just prefer it to be a little bit more in your face. Like the thing with the church, like unless you open the church and click on the button, it doesn't tell you it's available. Look at the Londoners. Yeah, it is, but that number's not coming down very fast, and we've only got 1 day and 20 hours left. So, yeah. I could come down faster, honestly. Okay. Food. Hunter's Hanger. 40 wood, 40 steel, that is fine. They provide up to 30 raw food per day. Hunter's Hut is 15 raw food today, but I think I've got an upgrade that makes that 20? 20. So that's cool. I'm looking forward to seeing what the animation of this looks like. The London's a good bad thing. So a mixed blessing, I would say, because they've been causing trouble. So they're causing friction within the population, and they're also attempting to steal food because they're trying to gather provisions for their journey. And that is causing problems. A, because it's literally taking food off me, but also it's causing discontent. But excess population is not a good thing in this game because you have to feed those mouths. And so frankly, at the moment, if 45 people left, that would be fine because I've got spare people. And so if 45 people left to go and try and find London, I'm kind of okay with that. It depends which people left in terms of their specializations. But that would actually be kind of okay. But hopefully that number will come down a little bit more, given that I've now got pretty good hope. Okay, so can I upgrade this? Yes. Oh, I can't do the last one. Dang it. That was probably a really bad time of day to do that. Given that they go hunting in about 2 hours' time. Oops. He'll be fine. Be fine. Be fine. Do notice that there's no backup again after this minus. That could get interesting. Don't need no backup. It's only food.
It's time off.
It's only food. We'll just eat the kids. Ooh. It's got a blimp. Ooh, that's cool. Look at that. Hey. Oh, that's really cool. Hi. As Rosniak, he's getting on with it. As automatons do. Base efficiency of 60. Sounds about right. I guess so, Molly. Yeah, maybe they just breathe into them. Maybe like body temperature is just enough. One day, 13 hours. Yeah, I'm waiting until to see how much population I lose before I decide whether to put it into another hothouse or whether I make another automaton. Because a hothouse can produce, an extra hothouse can produce extra food, extra raw food. But I've just converted all those hunters' huts into upgraded ones, and so they'll be bringing in more. So I might not need that. Because I'm about to increase my food production by a third. Yeah, so the only way that you get those steam cores that I've seen is going out on these expeditions. Yep, Yak's on tea break. Can we get a photo of Yak using photo mode? Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Oh, that's great. Can have a caption. Nice. I might actually use that for my YouTube thumbnails if I play this again. No chromatic aberration in this game, because this game predates that fashion. There you go, Yak. Took your picture. Are we past moments of real danger? I don't know what the story's going to throw at me. I don't think so. This is going to be a bit of an upset, potentially. I'd imagine that number's going to come down twice more. And it's now triple down, so... hopefully, but I mean, like, who knows what things this is going to throw at us. He's smoking. We'll get him some upgrades soon. Fun times ahead. Oh, God. Oh, no. So that's 60. We've coped with 60 before. That's okay. I'm a little bit concerned that my coal is going down right now. Yeah, it's not good. I guess I could turn that down for the next day. Because it doesn't really need to be that warm. Be fine. People about, yeah, 31. Nice. That's great. How cool is the stats things? Yeah, so I have seen other people play this. So I'm not completely ignorant. Also, the game has like a literal levels cold system, so, you know, it's pretty obvious. I have saved you, Anne. Your purpose is soup. New law. That could also be more in your face. Right, up there. Let me click. House of Healing. It was supposed to be unclear. Could do temple, but then I get another button I have to remember to press. That also gives me another button I have to remember to press. curious what this is. I think I'm going to unlock this just so I can see what that is. New faith. Ooh.
New law. A new law has passed.
Ooh. So where is my... there. Nighttime procession. Faith Keepers will get... That's where... This is one I just unlocked. So our Faith Keepers will knock on every door to spread the word of our captain, that's me, and make sure it is obeyed. Oh, should I do that in the lead up to... Yeah, I probably should do, right? Send out the flagellators. I forgot I had that. Public penance will start at 2200. Tomorrow is like D-Day. We all have to obey his orders, so why not make it official? Exactly. You might as well just worship me. Just get it over with. Right, I'm gonna go and look at... What does it say now what that thing is? New faith. With the introduction of the new faith in capital letters, all who voice doubts will be branded enemies of me. Everyone must be devoted to the survival of our cause. All those who do not follow me will be swept aside. Hope will never be a problem again. Londoners will have to renounce their views, but it's going to be too late by the time I get that. A public execution space will be built. Some Londoners will die. No, well. Some people will feel compelled to fight this law. Some of them will die. Yeah, unfortunately, the whole Londoners thing is about to end. I don't know whether it continues. Maybe there'll be another faction of them. Because all that, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, to see references to the Londoners in the laws, given that this is a limited time frame. Kind of interesting. Makes me wonder what's going to happen after this. Gallows or guillotine? I think it's probably just a cage, because you just freeze to death. Don't really have to do anything. Just leave them. Hey, hunters are returning. Nice. That's not going to be a full night's worth of hunting because only that one finished in time.
Go to work.
So our food's going to drop before it increases. But that's okay, I think. Time to press the button, maybe. Nope, wrong one. That's not a church. That's a church. Oh, nearly. Yeah, man. I may be role-playing slightly, though. Hothouse installation. I am literally pretending to be a god captain. Let me have my little fantasy. Right. What's the problem? Okay. Alright, so that's complete so far. Resource depot upgrade would be very nice. Let's go outpost depot. One day. So we've got the flagellation happening tonight, and then it'll drop once more because it's like midday tomorrow. So it'll drop once more in the morning. You're late. I like how the blimps have different designs. It's pretty cool. Storage limit reached. I probably should have gone for the double storage. Never mind. Let's whack some more of these in, shall we? Full. Yeah, I'm trying. Give me a chance. Choice or duty? Sir, a group of preachers is here to talk to you about the public penance law you signed. They think it goes too far. They are heretics, and they shall be flogged. We all agree that penance should be a choice, not a duty. You can't force people towards the truth. It must grow freely in their hearts. That's one opinion. Damn it, if I want a hope to rise, I need to choose that choice, which doesn't go along with my RP. I want to choose that one. Damn it. I'll consider their words. Fine. Don't worry, I'll round them up later. I'm lulling them into a full sense of security. I'm gonna find out who the loyal priests are, and then get them to round up the other ones for a nice public flogging. That's what we're gonna do. Scouts have reached the fishing village. I don't have the whole brutal dictator. My hope is too high to be a brutal dictator. I've somehow achieved happy despot. I've somehow achieved like popular celebrity ruler. It's like if Justin Bieber was president. A hot spring keeps a tiny patch of sea from freezing here. The Americans used this opportunity to set up a fishing village. It's deserted now. I love these graphics. No place for the weak. The fishing village used to supply Tesla City with food. Searching it, we found a letter. Mike, don't return to the city. Tesla is a madman. He cast out all the amputees, all the sick. Jerry's parents and old Beth are among them. There will be blood, that's for sure, and soon. The village was left in order. We could send a team here to start fishing. Leave the village intact. We get 2 steam cores. Yes, Sam. But at one point in time. Just see how up to date my pop culture is. Alright, I'll choose a more up to date person. Tom what's his face? Like if Tom Thingy What's It was president. Tom Spider-Man guy. Most people like him, right? Yeah, that one. It's pretty inoffensive. All right, so Tesla City. Oh. Numerous buildings are dimly visible through the shining dome. I have a shining dome of electrical discharge that is projected over the town. Ooh, they've got some kind of like electric force field. Alrighty. I've just noticed Grumbles is still alive. Addicted much? He should have finished quite a long time ago. Outpost depot. Nice. If wood 45 steel, we can do that. Allows us to assemble an outpost team, send it to the established permanent resource outpost far away from the city, and maintain a connection with it. Genuine question, chat. Is this one depot per outpost connection? Or can I manage multiple outposts with a single depot? It's 1 per. Okay. Because I want to do, I think I want to do the coal one first. Because I've got this one. So we've got coal, we've got wood, and then I've got food. So I would need 3. To make a deposit. Well, I think that's not really a pun, Sam, because I think that's literally where the word deposit gets the depot bit from. I think your pun just backfired on you. But holy, that's huge. Holy crap. Okay, so I didn't realize I'm only going to be able to have 2 of these, right? Yep. Okay. I was wondering what that was for. Building here will destroy the resource. What am I destroying? Trees? That's what she said. We'll start off with that one. Bleep. I know. Oh. No, wrong one. We got in 3. Industrial hothouse. Infirmary mechanization. A hearth. That could be cool. Efficient gathering. Steam coal mine. Charcoal kiln bellows. Steam wall drill. Streamlined prosthesis. Streamlined automatons. We can put Yak on a diet. Yay! He's gonna be slim. And automaton integration. Then we're gonna plug him in somewhere. Trees! Generator power upgrade 2. Generator range upgrade 2. Heater efficiency upgrade. We could unlock level 3 so we have options. Yeah, let's do that. $18 hours. Is it nearly flogging time? It's nearly flogging time. Yeah, we're doing quite well. Our hope's nearly full. Nearly full hope. No discontent. I don't know Actinium because this is my first ever playthrough.
There's time for harvest and time for sleep.
There are DLCs though, and one of the DLC modes is called Endless, or a word that means something similar. So I think there are other modes available if you're willing to pay a couple of quid. I mean, put it this way. Everyone I know who has who's told me that they've played Frostpunk has mentioned doing multiple playthroughs. So I get the impression that the replayability is pretty high. Because otherwise people wouldn't be doing that. This seems to be a very beloved game that a lot of people go back to. I think the thing that... but the thing is, even with the story, like, even knowing the story which is driven by, you know, this, I think even knowing that, every playthrough could go slightly differently, because, like, just at a really basic level, for example, you have to choose between different sets of laws, and so I went down the religion route for the laws. But there's another way you can go where you go down a set of, like, laws, and so you go down the sort of more police kind of route rather than the religion route. And so that would open up a whole different set of buildings and effects and stuff that you apply. And how you manage your discontent and your hope would, you know, determine how this plays out. So I'd imagine every playthrough is going to be a little bit different, because there's so many things in this where a single decision can sort of like tip the balance to go one way or another. So I'd imagine even in the campaign, it's got quite a lot of replayability as well. Yeah, exactly. You can choose to lean into different kinds of buildings. There's different ways of doing the medical stuff. There's different ways of doing the coal stuff. There's different ways of laying out the city and the heating and all that kind of stuff. So different ways of doing the food. There are harder endings to this story. I mean, I wasn't presented with any options when I started. So is that DLC? Because I wasn't given any difficulty choices. Which I thought was a bit strange. Captain, some of our people are concerned about the low temperature in their homes. They quite sensibly point out that it's easy to fall ill when it's cold. I'm hardening you up, buddy. It's about to get a lot colder. They ask that you address the problem. Okay, fine. If start heating 14 of the cold homes within 2 days and keep them heated for 2 days. 28 homes will form. Discontent will rise slightly. That's fine because that's fine. Through scenario, so yeah, okay. It's nearly vlogging time. The difficulty was you speedrunning? Yeah, I can imagine. Are we gonna actually gather for the penance? Yes, they are. Look how they writhe as the evil leaves them. It hurts, doesn't it? I know it hurts. So it should. Remember, it's a small price to pay for your salvation. This will beat all the wickedness out of you, scum. I love it. Yeah, maximum hope. Maximum hope, we're down to 26. I think that 26 is a result of that, so we probably will have a few more in the morning as well. Alright, they're going to get to Tesla City during the nighttime. No, I decided not to do that. They asked me to. I said no. I said, go away. Right. Tesla City. The city is modern and meticulously built. A tall tower emits a constant barrier of lightning, deflecting the incoming snow. But nobody comes out to greet us, probably because they don't want to walk through the electricity, I would imagine. Electricity? No. Thunder unleashed. Able minds and bodies will prevail over the cold, reads the slogan over the entrance to Tesla City. A central tall tower shines with the blue glow of electric discharges, which form a protective dome over the town. But something went wrong here. There are charred bodies lying in the streets, and the stench of burned flesh taints the air. Burgers. We saw a lightning streak from the tower, hitting a building and leaving a gash in its roof. Oh god, they've got steam cores. I knew this would happen if I carried on with the steam cores. Like, you need to make a decision that means you might lose the steam cores. Better stay on Steam. Steampunk for the win. Risk entering the city. The scouts will try to disable the electrical discharge. The scouts will search the outskirts of Tesla City. Oh, man. Oh, man. We don't need steam cores, right? We don't need steam cores. Scouts are expendable. The steam cores that they're carrying are not, though. You can find others. Yeah. I don't think any of you are going to encourage me to click this button. We entered the city. We've seen a thing or two in our lives, but nothing has ever frightened us as much as this blasted lightning. Until we figured out how to switch it off, that is, now we'll be able to establish an outpost. Well, isn't that interesting? Wait. Oh. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's an outpost that I can go and get steam cores from. That's pretty cool. We can build a whole army of mechanized mods. We can get Cog, we can get Ken. We can get all the mods that I've forgotten the names of because they never come here. Wire Speed, we can get Wire Speed to come in. If we get far enough, we could get Geraint, we could get Stream Elements. Jacques is not a mod. Well, it was briefly. We could get who else is a moderator? Me. Van Yup. Killabin, Painzor. There's a few to choose from. There's a few to choose from. Cool. Nice. So they also unlocked Dreadnought Landing, which is a great name. Along the shore of the frozen bay, we can see the outline of an enormous ship. A wide lane of broken ice leads to it from the west. Do we take the steam cores back? No. Meanwhile, Tiger, 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 and Tiger was his name-o. I said outpost. I think I've built it, have I? We built? Oh, yes. It doesn't have a... You need to do something. Oh, it's not staffed. Okay. Create an outpost team. I think I'll wait until the morning when I find out how many people I have left. Because soon, TM. Because I've got a funny feeling that's going to drop slightly more before crunch time. Yes. Good. Good. Storage limit reached. What? Grumbles the dwarf. Why did you... Why are you still alive? I know you can't hear me right now. Are you addicted? Grumbles just redirected me on YouTube. Hello everyone who's watching on YouTube. Is Grumbles... Straw poll. Is Grumbles A, addicted to Vintage Story, or B, addicted to Vintage Story? What I found amazing, though, given that I basically... I chickened out with that server because it's just too much for me. Given that it was very intense with all the monsters running around, he didn't die. Did he die? I don't think he died. I'm pretty sure, well, at least not before I was live anyway. I think he pretty much... Did you not hear me talking about this at the beginning? So, I joined, but that server seems to have, like, the people who created the server went through the mod database and basically found every single working mod that adds some kind of monster. Or some kind of explosive. Some kind of dread eldritch horror. And added it. And then they set the settings to like max, 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 hard, max, intense. So it's just like this really hardcore experience where you basically get no peace. And it's just not what I want from Vintage Story. I was saying to Mary earlier, like, I like 95% relaxation building, like crafting, planning, designing, farming, gathering, exploring, and then 5% fighting a wolf. Like, that's fine by me, that's enough. But that server was like 99% running for your life and 1% hiding in a hole. And it's no thank you. No thank you. That's not what I want when I play Vintage Story. Yeah, literally the best part of Eco. Although, when Eco sort of became a game initially, because it wasn't a game originally, the animals attacked you. But for the past 2 years, nearly 3 years, they turned that off because I think it was a little bit buggy. And they've just re-enabled it. So now, if you're walking around and you walk past a jaguar or a crocodile or a spider, they will actually attack you. And so you'll be walking through the jungle and you'll hear a jaguar, and then it'll jump out of the trees at you. Yeah, so there's no damage model in the game, because there's no falling damage, there's no hit points unless you mod it in. But you have calories. And so for example, something that can happen is you swim across a water, like a stretch of water, which takes calories, and you get to a little island that doesn't have any food sources on it, and you get attacked by a crocodile that's sitting on this little desert island, and it takes all your calories, and then you can't get back. That can happen. But yeah, it's not generally a big deal, but it's just something that can happen. And I think you can now, I haven't tried it yet, but you can now feed the deer, because they're going to have animal husbandry is coming at some point. It keeps getting delayed. But they do have an animal husbandry thing coming soon, TM, probably next year. And so I think, as a very small part of the preparation for that, you can now feed the deer. Exactly what effect that has, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen it yet. I think maybe at the moment it just sort of pacifies them. We'll see. We'll find out soon. We'll find out in about 4 weeks' time. On an unspecified date. Yeah. It's probably not 4 weeks, it's probably 5 weeks. The way that the calendar works out, right? Four and a bit. 4 and a bit. Yeah, so I would love to make some more trailers, but unless the rest of the team gives me some footage, I can't make it because I can't produce a trailer out of my butt. So hopefully at some point I will get some more footage to work with. But unfortunately, Ayana and Outlaw, who are the ones who are mainly making the footage, like recording the scripts and stuff, have been really, really busy with work. And tomorrow is Ayana's birthday. So they're not going to get anything done this weekend either. So yeah, we probably won't be able to stick to our 1 a week plan. But I'm going to try and get as many out as I can. Yeah. What we could do is, as we approach launch, we could do more than 1 a week. But we were hoping to do a cadence of once a week, but, you know, life happens. Life happens. We've got all the scripts and stuff. We've got the actual videos planned. It's just a matter of actually getting the material together. The peaceful mode in Raft, yeah, there's a lot of games like that. Like Vintage Story has that as well. So Vintage Story, which is a game which is very dear to my heart, that has a mode where animals will only attack you, and like the monsters and stuff will only attack you if you attack them. And so they only become a problem if you want to hunt them. And then you have to deal with them. Raft? Yeah, Raft, as a now complete game, Raft is really cool. I really hope they do a Raft 2. I haven't done it, I don't think I've done it myself multiplayer. But I've certainly seen Grumbles and a few others, and Gassy and a few others play it a few times. And it's a really cool RP vehicle. I've seen some people have some really good fun with it. Yeah, I really like Raft. But personally, I haven't got very far with it. But it can be quite tricky. I might have to go and have another look at that because I do like it. Oh man, you're gonna have me playing Raft. I'd forgotten about Raft. I love Raft. Five hours. I would imagine I can probably tempt Grumbles into playing Raft. Yeah. Yeah. Temperature falls. How can we survive? That's a very good question. Because I can turn that on, but that's not going to last until then, and then they get worse, so we're not getting overdrive right now, I'm afraid. So, suck it up. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, suck it up, pretty much. Hell is working there? Sawmill. Holy crap! Yeah, that needs a steam thing. Could do with a little bit of heat. That's really cool. I've caught all the blimps coming home. That's pretty cool. Hopefully that'll help. $19.
A new workday starts in the name of God.
That's me. Three hours. I'm really curious as to what happens after this, because this still references the Londoners. So is there going to be like Londoners Part 2? 2 hours. Perfect time for ads. Yeah, we should probably make sure that's out of the way before this happens. Don't worry, I won't let that run over the top. I need a pee, actually. I might stop. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do a quick stop. Let me do a save. Save game. First try. Save. Yes. While the ads run, I will have a break. Stretch your legs, hydrate, etc., etc. Look after yourselves. Thank you for watching. It's always fun to do this. And if Grumbles happens to be hanging out now, thank you very much for the redirect. I hope you had fun. Adventure Story. Run ads. I'm confused as to why there aren't lots of Shima talks coming towards me. Me and my stupid big mouth. Why did I slow down? What? Excuse me? Hello? Okay, that I don't understand. Why did my ping bounce off him? His DCP had finished. That is so buggy. The Tiger's Den. Did you know that if you reflect light in an illegal way, they'll send you to prison? You usually only get a light sentence.
Right. I'm gonna go pee and then surprise my girlfriend.
Okay.
Don't take that out of context.
That sounded
just
very wrong.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm
now
glad
that
you said
replay it
and
in my
then.
head, I can hear.
I'm glad you said and then and not and.
Yeah. No, I can hear the. Yeah, you know what?
Just go. Yeah, shells in the air, shells in the air.
10. Be the dodge.
No! No!
3, 2, 1.
Yes! Bad timing. Release, victory, bomb hit.
Holy shit.
Get carried, nerds.
Oh, that.
I love that clip. You can hear those noises coming out of my headphones upstairs. Alright, just gonna eat a quick banana before we expel the Londoners. Oh, I still remember that as well. You could hear the relief in your voice at the end. I like that as well. Banana is freezing. Feels like it's been in the fridge. All right, we're back from ads. Good, good, good. So, 1 hour 57 minutes. It doesn't say who is going to leave. I mainly have workers spare. One hour. So 11:37-ish. It is 58 was the peak. Thank you for drinking. So we brought it down by 30. Here it comes. What? Going to a protest? Oh, God. Everyone's going to a protest. No, the population hasn't changed yet, but all of my workplaces are all empty. The Londoners, they're leaving. Sir, the time is at hand. The Londoners have gathered around the generator for the last time, for the first time. They are going to leave the city. This is our last chance to stop them from committing mass suicide. Whatever they said and did, they are still our people. I don't think they are. I think they just wandered in. Even if they no longer think so. Stay with us, you'll die out there. Thanks to the city's high hope, most Londoners will stay. Ask the Faith Keepers to beat them. Many people will be hurt, some may die. Let them go. Let my people go. Look down, look down. 18 people will leave the city forever, hope will fall. Equip them for the journey. 18 people will leave the city forever, hope will fall slightly. Londoners will receive 180 free rations. Back then. Well, since we have 100% hope, I think we try and persuade them to stay, right? Stay with us. You'll die out there. They're all gonna die. Maybe they're right. Maybe London is the last bastion. I'd hoped they'd eventually see reason. God, that's me. Please watch over them. Exodus. The Londoners file out of the city. One of them stops in front of you for a moment. She looks like she's about to say something, but she just sighs, shakes her head, and follows the others. They soon vanish in the whiteout, their tracks erased by the tumbling snow. So how many left? I still have the same number of unemployed. At a glance, I'd say I'd lost 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-ish. Well, some of them left. In the grand scheme of things, I mean, it sucks to be them, but in the grand scheme of things. Kiki, thank you for the streak. Right, well, let's replace them, I guess. Thank you for the streak as well. No, thank you. I love getting into rounds of no thank you with people like, thanks for the streams, like, no thank you for watching, no thank you for the streams, no thank you for watching, no thank you for watching. You're just verbally bowing lower and lower. Thanks to everyone. Alright, crisis over? Can we get on with stuff now? Right, so we've run out of wood there, but I need to clear off the wood there so that I can build this without destroying the wood. Not that that really matters, probably, but... we should probably dismantle that. Which means I don't think we need... oh, have I got 2 things there? Why? Huh, okay, I didn't realize I did that. How did I do that? This field kitchen is only covering that one. And that one is covering that one, so I don't need that field kitchen either. Thanks for thanking me. Thanks for thanking them for thanking me. Let's not start that, I could get silly. Thank you for thinking to thank them for thanking me for thinking for thanking. Thank you, thank. Resources. Sawmill. So let's put that in there. We can get that shrine. Does that mean I can get that whole thing if I stick it there? No. It's gotta go green. Let's shove it there then. So what are we going to do with our steam core? What now? The least. Sir, a man has brought us a long list of names, titled A Register of Infidels, Buggers, Seducers, Strumpets, and Other Wrongdoers. He swore on his soul that his information is accurate. How would you know who all the strumpets are? How would you know who all the buggers and strumpets are exactly? Hmm? There's a fantastic quote that I need to learn about the creator of one of the first dictionaries. I forget who it was. It might have been Merriam. It might have been one of the people who were involved in Merriam-Webster. So this was I think it was in puritanical US, early days, and they wrote one of the first ever English dictionaries, and gave it to a few people to sort of proofread it, and a couple of sort of puritanical women read it or looked at it, and they said something like, "We are very pleased to see that you have pleased the Lord by not including any profanity." And the author replied something like, "And I am most impressed that you knew the words to look for." It's one of my favorite quotes. I need to go and learn it precisely because I can't remember the exact quote. Right, okay, so we got a list of infidels, buggers, seducers, strumpets, and other wrongdoers. These people shall repent. Hope will fall, discontent will fall, hope will fall. Ignore this man. I mean, I don't have any discontent right now, so I'm gonna ignore him. Black harder, black harder. Right. So, now that we know we have a source of steam cores, I think I want to build another hothouse. Mechanical calculators, nice. Access to level 3. Right, so we probably be wanting to look at this stuff. Probably looking at a house. Let's do house first. And I probably want to ramp up steel production somehow. Because right now... we have 2 steam steelworks. So perhaps we should have 3 steam steelworks. Where are they? Where are my steelworks? Nah. Alright. Oh, I can't have this. We have already hit our maximum. Can I have normal steelworks? No. We don't have a source of steel out here yet either. Well, I guess that's that plan gone then. Alright, fine. I'll go back to not doing that. Cool. I'm just anticipating spending a whole bunch of steel upgrading all the houses. Yet still doing ranked and clan battles? May be a bit difficult. Right, we're nearly at that next place. That a huge ship has been dismantled here. Only its massive keel plates remain under the ice. Railroad tracks lead south. Steam cord, steel, and wood. Ooh. Light to the south, we found a piece of hull plate bolted to a boulder. It's engraved with the following inscription. In the year 1886, the American expedition aboard Hephaestus landed here in search of a haven from the global glaciation. May God, that's me, preserve the souls of our fellow countrymen who perished on the way aboard our sister ship Prometheus. Alrighty. Given that they've got 3 steam cores, I think we might come back. The Americans are dead. Because when they come back with those 3 steam cores, we can build the mods. Let's also, so we're going to need 10 for that, and a hothouse uses what? Pretty much anything, cool. So, we create an outpost team with 10 workers. I have 27. To get coal. Yes. This is not London. This is our city. Can I rename that, actually? Just realized. So 800 coal every 1 day. Can we rename the city? Is that possible? Anyone know? I'm guessing not. No. See, because there are some other things, like you can rename the automatons. I was just wondering if you could rename the city. No, it's a shame. Have we reached peak dictatorship? I mean, we flagellated some people. We had them writhing on the floor as we cast out their demons. The people are on the very cusp of worshipping me as a god. They're not quite there yet, but they're this close. It's close. Oh, of course they deserved it. Of course they deserved it. They wanted to abandon us. They wanted to abandon me. Alright, I don't know if I need to do that anymore. But yes, I have done it today. Because the Londoners have gone. Yeah, that prompt's gone now as well. I haven't pressed the button in here, though. But I don't have any discontent right now. Cult simulator? Yeah, the path I've chosen is pretty much. Could be worse. Not a cult. Londoners.
Is over.
Oh no, Muslim state.
There's time for harvest and time for sleep.
Little bit of gentle public flogging has persuaded them to stay. The Londoners have integrated themselves into whatever we are as society. New faith. All who voice doubts will be branded enemies of the faith. Hope will never be a problem again. Londoners will have to renounce their views. I don't think it's too late for that. A public execution space will be built. Some Londoners will die, but I think none of that is relevant anymore because that's over. But I'm kind of I'm gonna press the button anyway. There will be blood. Sir, people are rioting in the streets and demand that you stop what you're doing. I've just poked a sleeping bear that did not need to be poked. Bear was quite happy. They say this isn't what our faith stands for. That you're destroying everything beautiful and pure about it to gain absolute control over it. No. No. We're not doing that. They shout this. Please. They shout that I'm an all-loving, beneficent God. I would never. They shout that this is madness and that you're an usurper, not our true shepherd. Roughly a quarter of our people are determined to fight. I've literally just caused this problem out of nothing for no reason. I did not need to do this. Because this is supposed to happen before the whole Londoner thing starts. Or ends. Send the faith keepers, I will sign the law. The new faith law will be signed, people will die. The new faith law will not be signed. Oh, man. Yeah, I think I was supposed to do this while the Londoners were still threatening to leave. Don't they? This feels a bit weird, actually, the way they've done this. Because some of this stuff is only relevant before that happens. Because if I sign it, there's a whole bunch of stuff is going to kick off that I don't need to deal with. An option, but it's not a requirement. It does work specifically on some Londoners' part, but the rest the law still applies. I can't even remember what it was now. Oh, I guess hope will never be a problem. I want to be I want to be the leader god. I will sign the law.
Hear me, hear me. New law in the city.
New faith. Yes, my children. Yes. Devotion. Ooh. Our captain is the voice of God. He is the voice. You're so close. You are so close. Connect the dots. Yes. My sigil. Erect my sigil. The night of changes. That's nice. Dawn breaks and the streets are silent. You declared your laws God's will. You declared your laws God's will, branding all who oppose you as heretics. Everyone who was a threat to the unity of our city and the new faith has been dealt with. 12 citizens died. The others have renounced their views. Hope will never be a problem again. No one will think in these terms anymore. Sounds like a pretty good turnout. It had to be done. For the good of for the greater good. For the greater good. 9 of our people died. I thought 12 people died. I was lied to. For their greater good. Right. Let's go back around and replace the heretics. Alright, mischief managed. People are devoted to you as the voice of the truth. You are their hope. And soon their God. Execution platform. Sir, an execution platform has been set up by the generator. Whenever you order it to be put to use, an enemy of the faith will be executed at random. This will lower discontent greatly. Excellent, carry on. Have you polished my sigil? Ah yes, very shiny. Where you going, Yak? You want me to brand you a heretic, will you? I'll take your part. I'll take your part. Use you for spare parts. I'll do it. Get back to work. Go on, sit down. There you go. Go on. Good boy. Well done. A burial ceremony is starting, and so we haven't killed anyone. Oh, well, I guess we kind of have. Yeah, there might be a few more people in there. But no one has yet died of natural causes. Kind of. Because there's the guy who refused treatment, so he's dead. There's the kid who got stuck in the machine. She's dead. And then everyone we just murdered. So no one has died to the cold. Literally zero. None. I'm taking that as a 100% success rate. The Londoners? Yeah, but they're not our problem anymore. They left. Not my problem. The animations are so good. They like because they've got like the actual bodies on the carts, and you've got the little. Can I get into this in photo mode? Yeah, we can. You've got the little carts with the bodies, and then you've got the little sort of sigil standard bearers. It's really well done. Yes, we have just committed minor genocide, but it's fine. It was for the greater good. Okay, hot house. I seem to have run out of people. This is a great mystery to me. Everyone has abandoned me. It's definitely in London. Right, so field kitchen. Let's take this down. When people are warm, they start talking. Yeah, probably true. 22 hours left. Well, we should be getting a coal injection from that. He says optimistically. What would Quiet do? Play Whiskerwood, probably. What did the big tower thing you just, so it just lets you send one. So now that I've built this, it lets me send that, and so it lets me go out to one of these locations that I can go and get materials from and bring materials back. So I can have two of those. So there's a source of coal, a source of wood, a source of food, and a source of steam cores, and I'm assuming somewhere there'll be a source of steel as well. And so I can choose whichever one of those it is I want to top up my own resources. And 800 a day is quite a lot. He says, optimistically. Oh wow, that's cool. I didn't notice it says mess hall on it. That's very cool. Huh. Your cat's hiding in the guest one? The grumpy guest. He's annoyed that you won't give him pets. Well, I guess that's a good reason to be annoyed. getting a little bit concerned. So 1 hour, so that's 1 hour to get there, right? Or is that 1 hour until my coal injection? If they come back, I don't think we'll be seeing them again. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe our scouts will bump into them. Waiting? I mean waiting. Oh, build an outpost. Alright. So now we have 800 coal and 12 hours and 51 minutes. Which is good because we're gonna run out into 16 hours. I think I need to get on that a little bit somehow. Do we need to build another coal thumper? I think maybe we need to build another coal thumper. Or the next tech upgrade to be the coal thumper upgrade so it can take more thingies. Have I upgraded my mines? That's a good question. I don't know what that means exactly. How would I know? Do you mean in terms of just like tech tree stuff? Yes. I haven't got steam coal mine though. Not yet, because I've only just unlocked this row. So we could do that next.
Get to work. Praise our glorious leader with your labors.
That's me. So I only need to worry about those now if I have any discontent. I don't have any discontent, so that's all good. Come on, research. Need more coal. Let's go. The other thing I could do is put in another charcoal kiln. Because I have 2 of those. But I could have 3 of those. If only we had to... Oh, it's not desperate yet. But I do have that. We're in a state of mild concern, not desperation. Minus 60 is about to go down to minus 70. for a long time. Ass. Alright, so let's get... This is where I find out that it needs steam cores. Because it probably will do. Yep. But I have 2 steam cores coming back, I think. Is it 2? 3. Does it make me feel a bit more sympathetic towards global warming? Sympathetic? You do realize that this is how the world will end up if global warming continues, right? Anthropogenic global warming leads to this. At least where I live. If anthropogenic global warming continues, where I live will be under a kilometer of ice in a century. And before that, desertification will completely eliminate the possibility of growing any crops at all at my latitude, and significantly reduce it everywhere else in the world. The 8 billion people who are currently on the planet will be squashed into a band that is very, very narrow just north and south of the equator. And probably something like 6 billion of those would die in a massive famine, while the north and south, north of the tropics, would freeze. So if you think the global warming leads to some sort of tropical paradise, that's not how it works. You're prepared? No, I just want to make sure that people are aware that... Why would the poles freeze? So, good question. This happens to be an area that I know quite a lot about. So, the reason that at the moment, you're just going to have to trust me when I say heat is fairly spread out at the moment. So you have, because of the spherical nature of the planet and the way that physics works, the most energy from the sun arrives at the equator because it's the part that is perpendicular to the insolation. As you go up towards the poles, or go either way towards the poles, the shape of the curvature of the Earth obviously changes. And so if you imagine right at the top of the Earth, which is parallel to the sun's rays just kind of skim past it, right? And they don't hit the surface. And so the energy received from insolation at that point on Earth is 0. Obviously there's a day-night cycle, but because it's only 24 hours, that doesn't have that much effect. And so the majority of the energy arriving from the sun is directly the point on Earth which is pointing at the sun perpendicular. If we didn't have processes to spread that heat out on Earth, the equator would be much, much, much hotter than it is, and the poles would be much, much, much colder than they are. And the way that we know that is because in the geological and like ice core records from the past, and we have geological records going back billions of years, and we have ice core records going back tens of millions of years. The Earth has been through phases in the past where it's been significantly hotter and it's been significantly colder for various reasons, but also the distribution of that heat has been different due to various factors. And right now, we can observe that heat being transferred from the equatorial regions, so the area between the two tropics specifically, because that's the northernmost and southernmost travel of that perpendicular surface to the sun. That's what defines that. And we can observe particularly ocean currents, the best example being the current that drifts north in the Atlantic. It's called the North Atlantic Drift. You might also hear the phrase Great Ocean Conveyor. There is a complicated, pretty well studied now, network of very slow currents that take hot water from the equator, where it's being heated by the sun, and transferring that energy through convection, literally, because the water is moving, to the poles. And so the water, the warm water, say from the Caribbean, for example. Yeah, so Gulf Stream is the atmospheric equivalent, but yes, there's a water equivalent, and that's just caused by the Coriolis effect. So, because the Earth is spinning. So, water gets warmed in the Caribbean, and then it moves northwards up the Atlantic, and that warm water then heats up Iceland and northwest Europe and so on, and that heat spreads out, which is why where I live in the south of England is significantly warmer than the same latitude in, say, the middle of Canada, which actually coincidentally happens to be pretty much exactly the same latitude as where Peace and Quiet lives. And I'm sure if you talk to her, she would tell you the climate is quite different. It's going to be colder in the winters and hotter in the summers. Yeah. And... or like the middle of Russia, for example. And the reason for that is because we're hanging out in this warm current that comes from the Caribbean. Interestingly, it takes a little tangent. It takes about 7 years, pretty much exactly 7 years, for the water from the Caribbean to reach northwest Europe. And so what's really cool is that if you look at climate charts from 7 years ago from the Caribbean, they match northwest Europe today. If you like take the two graphs and you slide them apart by 7 years, they match. Because how warm it is here is determined by how warm it was in the Caribbean 7 years ago, which is very cool. Anyway, so, and it's the same, for the same reason, here before, say, January is very mild, right? So we're still getting weather here that's like 14 degrees C. In a couple of days' time, it's going to be 14. That's not the case when it comes to February and March here, because by then the Atlantic has cooled down significantly at the surface, and so we lose that benefit of that warm water coming up from the Caribbean. So our winter is kind of skewed to the right compared to a continental climate. Yes, Sam, exactly. Yeah, in some senses, literally, yes. So if you put a chemical in your pee that's like one of those really, really rare chemicals that can be detected really easily, that would literally be true. Yeah, 7 years, yeah. So this ocean current system that exists in every ocean on Earth in some form or other transfers heat away from the equator. And because water has such a high specific heat capacity compared to the air is, in this system, the air is almost irrelevant. So the water carries almost all of that energy, because it takes a lot of energy to heat up water. And so it depends which current you're talking about, Parathermal, because there are kind of layers. There are layers. I'm talking about this ocean conveyor, which is a bit deeper than the surface water. There is actually a faster current that flows on the surface. So this current is driven partially by temperature. But it's also driven more powerfully by salinity and density. And what happens when you melt the ice caps, so what's happening at the moment, say with Greenland, you have ice sheets that are melting and dumping fresh water into the salty ocean. And that's where this current turns over. So the warm water comes up to places like Iceland and Greenland, and that's where it loses its temperature, becomes more dense, dips underneath, and comes back the other way, and carries cold water back to the tropics to be heated up again. If you dump a whole bunch of fresh water into the top of that system, it's like jamming the cogs on a conveyor belt. It completely disrupts that density-driven conveyor belt mechanism, and the whole thing stops. That conveyor belt stops moving. Hot water no longer moves from the tropics to the poles. The heat stays in the tropics, so the tropics get warmer than they already are. The poles get significantly colder than they are right now because they're getting no energy from the sun at all. And it just exacerbates that difference in temperature that you already have. Because we think of the tropics as being really, really hot and the poles as being really, really cold. It can get much, much more extreme than that. And so the problem with that is, for humans, it's partially a habitability problem, because there comes a point where it gets too hot or too cold for us to just exist, because our bodies can't cope with it. But that's, to a certain extent, is overcomable with technology. But the main problem that we will have is that we have to feed 8 million people. Sorry, billion people. And rising. And there's only so much space that we can grow stuff. And again, you can throw a bit of technology at this, but not that much, because ultimately you've got to grow stuff somewhere. And the problem that this creates is the band of ungrowable land from cold massively increases in that situation, and the band of land experiencing desertification massively increases because of the temperature rise. And the fact that the disruption of this system also affects what are called the Hadley cells, which are how the atmosphere turns over in a very similar situation to the Great Ocean conveyors. And so the climate breaks down as well, and heat isn't being transferred through the atmosphere. And so rainfall decreases. The Earth becomes a lot drier. And so the deserts massively expand. And so you end up with a situation where the only farmable land on Earth is in a very thin strip just north of the tropics, roughly equivalent to where the Mediterranean is on the north, and not much in the south, because most of the landmass on Earth is in the northern hemisphere, and most of the population is in the northern hemisphere. That's a problem. That is a big, big problem. And if any of you have grandchildren, that's quite likely to happen within their lifetimes right now. So that's why. And there is a huge amount of research and science in this area that all points in that direction. Does that make sense? So this idea of, oh, there's great global warming, it's going to be warmer, I'm going to be able to grow grapes in my garden. Yeah, briefly. Very briefly. Because there's already evidence that these systems are already breaking down. So yeah, good luck. Operation Salt the Arctic. So there's all sorts of things going on, of course, like lots of science going on, lots of policy going on in most countries. Some countries are trying to undo that for some bizarre reason, because they don't get it, or at least the governments don't get it. I wonder who. So there's lots of really interesting stuff, like lots of like think global, act local kind of stuff. People painting mountains and I'm sure at some point we'll try like ocean salinity, although there's no way we can do that. It's too much volume. There are plans to. There was was it NOAA, I think, in the States, recently caught a company who were. It's kind of an interesting idea. They were taking planes up into the atmosphere above the USA. And they were spreading, what was it? Some chemical. I forget what it was now. Wow, it's kind of like a cloud seeding kind of thing, but the idea was they were flying and spreading a chemical which has very high albedo, it has very high reflectivity. But the chemical that they chose, I'm struggling to remember what it was, but the chemical that they chose was something that you would not want to be in the atmosphere and raining down on everyone and crops and, you know, animals and children and whatever. It was like a really, really awful chemical. And the NOAA were like, what are you doing? They're like, oh, we're a startup and we're investigating ways of increasing albedo to try and lower global warming. Like, people live here, you know, and atmosphere, you know, kind of moves, so don't do that. Maybe, you know, apply for a license or something. Kind of interesting. But yeah, there's all sorts of things like that going on with people trying to think of ways. There are some quite grand ideas for orbital sunshades, basically. So putting semi-transparent stuff up in orbit temporarily to reduce insolation, because it wouldn't need to block light around the whole of the orbit. It would just need to do a part of it, because it's a 24-hour cycle. If the sunshade is geostationary and it's over the ocean, most humans wouldn't even notice, and it will cool down the water. So there's all sorts of things like that going on. Taking carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, adding in albedo stuff, like basically fake volcanoes. I saw an idea that was, why don't we set off actual volcanoes? Can we go around putting explosives, nukes basically, can we go around nuking volcanoes so they erupt? Because one of the ways of reducing one of the ways of increasing the albedo of the Earth is to have massive amounts of volcanic ash in the atmosphere. Because for example, when Krakatoa went off, 1886, 1870 something, the average global temperature went down by 4 degrees. Which is a huge number. So, you know, stick a few nukes in a few volcanoes. It's not a good plan. A, it's very hard to control, and B, we wouldn't be able to grow any food. So there's stuff going on, and like the more obvious it becomes that this is the trajectory that we're on, the more energy obviously will be put into doing that, and the fewer people there will be going, I'll be fine, or I'll be dead by then, which is probably the current attitude that you're seeing in a lot of oligarchs. Well, I can still make my money and enjoy my money right now, who cares about the future? I think that's probably the attitude that you're seeing. So there is a lot of work going on. There's a lot of hope. But one thing is pretty much guaranteed from the science, and that is if we keep going the way that we are going, that is the future. There is no question. The science is undeniable. What about the time when there was a tavern in the middle of the Baltic Sea? The what? A tavern? I don't know about this. What do you mean a tavern in the Baltic Sea? What, because it was frozen? Oh. When was that? Yeah, the temperature graphs. Like, I just... Anyone who is a climate change denier hasn't done enough reading, and it doesn't take much reading. Like, just go and find a graph. Like, it's pretty clear. Just... Oh, but there's natural... No. Goes up and... No. No. Go and look at the graphs. It's never done this before. Nope. The sea... Oh, yeah, so that's called... So there's the thing called the medieval warm period. So from basically the Roman period, so the height of the Roman Empire, like the Greek civilization coming to its peak, and then into the Romans, and then just into beyond the Romans. That was a very warm period into the beginning of the medieval period in Europe. Well, globally. Also coincides with the rise of Chinese infrastructure, Chinese civilization. That globally was quite a warm time, which was then followed by a cold snap that lasted 100 or so years, 120. And during that time, there was massive famine, and the Black Death happened. The various plagues that went around Europe happened during that cold period. And there was a lot of disease, because just before that, the population massively expanded because of the warm period, because the land could support a lot more agriculture. There was a lot more food being produced. The population was well fed and very healthy during that period, during the Greeks and the Romans and so on. And then you hit that mini ice age, which is a stupid term, but mini ice age, usually what it's called, as you hit sort of the 1400s, and suddenly 40% of the population die because of lack of food. Like, and I don't think that we are not vulnerable to that, because we are. What's the difference? So now, right now, is a little bit cooler than it was back then. But it's a little bit different, because the mechanism that was causing that is this thing called the Milankovitch cycles. So the Earth has various wobbles and changes that it does, right? So the orbit of the Earth around the Sun is not circular. So it changes from being very elliptical to being very circular and back to very elliptical. It's just something that orbits do. And so some periods of history, we are... the distance to the sun throughout the year is varying a lot more, because if the ellipse brings us closer in the summer in the northern hemisphere and further away than average in the winter, we have very hot summers and very cold winters. If the orbit is more circular, then it's much more even between the winters and the summers. And if it's the other way, if the bulge is so that we are on average closer in the winter than we would be normally and further away in the summer, then it's even more skewed, and you have very warm winters and very hot summers. Sorry, very, very cool summers. So that's one thing that happens. And then there's another wobble where the Earth spinning on its axis is not even. So it wobbles. So if you imagine like a child's spinning top, like a traditional spinning top, where it's spinning and then occasionally it goes dead straight and then it will kind of wobble again and then go straight. So the Earth does that because spinning things do that. And so that changes the angle of tilt of the Earth. And it changes the precession of that tilt through different times of the year. And there are various wobbles and inconsistencies like this that create 3 different cycles, called the Milankovitch cycles, that change on average how warm or cold the Earth is over a year, and how warm and cool the summers and winters are in both hemispheres. The thing that caused both the sort of Greek-Roman warm period and then the medieval cool period are those Milankovitch cycles. And so that's a little bit different to what we have today, where the warming is caused by us. Because what we're doing is creating quite an unnatural situation where we're heating up the atmosphere much more quickly than it should be. And so it's not quite the same situation. So you end up with, in the Northern Hemisphere at the moment, for example, where we seem to be getting more extreme weather events because there's more energy in the system, right? So you end up with bigger storms, faster winds, bigger hurricanes, bigger tornadoes, because there's just more energy present. So it's a bit of a different situation, if that's what you were asking. But there are graphs on this if you want to go and look it up. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It's one of my favorite topics. It's very interesting. If anyone's got any other questions, please ask. Why do rocks hurt when you throw them? Newton. Blame Newton. Blame Newton's second law? Something to think about. One parting thought which is relevant to this game. Ice is a mineral. Water ice is a mineral. You don't care, do you? Right. Do you think the end of the last ice age? We're in an ice age. When you say the end of the last ice age, you know we're in an ice age right now, right? So whenever the poles have ice cover, we're in an ice age. So I'm not sure what you're referring to by the last ice age. Do you mean the one before the one that we're in right now? Or do you mean the end of the last glacial maximum, which was about 18,000 years ago? Because think of it more like a graph like this. 10,000? Yeah, okay, so, no, so I don't. So the end of the last glacial maximum into the warmer period that we have now within the current glaciation is Milankovitch cycles. It's definitely that. The server's up! Oh my god, that's exciting. It's not been tested, you have doubts, but now you know. I mean, details? Have you given us details? Oh my god, there's login details. Yeah. Wacky's already found a bug. That's very exciting, though. Yeah, no worries. If you need help tomorrow, let me know. It's always the way. Nothing ever goes right first time. It's fine. You'll discover that it's quite a complicated. It's quite a complicated thing to do. The Natural History Museum is excellent. Yep. Very, very good. And huge. The Natural History Museum, you could easily spend a couple of days in there. It's massive. If you want to actually go around and look at everything. But it's worth going there just to see the exhibits. Re-ice is a mineral, so when people ask for a drink on the rocks, they're being technically correct. Yeah, no, literally. Yeah. Because if you think about it, so if you name another mineral, right? Sodium chloride, salt is a mineral. Quartz is a mineral. Those things melt if you heat them. So if you heat up quartz, if you heat it really, 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 really hot, like really hot, it'll melt. But if you shift your, like, the temperature perspective, that's all ice is. Ice is just the solid state of a chemical, right? Because water can exist, as most things can, as a gas, a solid, and a liquid. And the same thing is true of minerals. If you take a mineral and you heat it up, you can melt it, and if you keep heating it, you turn it into a gas. So, a single chemical that is a solid is a mineral. And so, ice is a mineral because when it's solid, it's a solid chemical. So it's a mineral. And we mine it, right? It sits around on the planet and we can go and get it. It's a mineral. It's just a definition. You can. We don't think of it like that, but you can define it as a mineral. And if you think about space exploration, you think about exploring asteroids, for example, where water is going to be really, really super important when it comes to establishing lunar bases out in the asteroid field and things like that. Water becomes super, super important. We won't be going and sucking it up with a hose. We will definitely be going and mining it because out there it's solid. And in that context, it's definitely a mineral. Yeah, Parathetum probably does require... I think it depends who you ask as to whether something is a mineral or not, because things like that tend to have different definitions depending on which specialization you're talking to. Are you talking to a chemist? Are you talking to a geologist? Are you talking to a whatever? So I think so that, for example, an engineering geologist would probably tell you that a mineral has to have an economic value and be mineable. The three Milankovitch cycles, basically the Earth's biorhythms. If you're a hippie, sure. Yeah, it's called the triple point. Solid, gas, and liquid simultaneously is called the triple point. That is a thing. You can demonstrate the triple point of water in a lab without that much equipment. You just need you need to be able to pull a vacuum, pretty much. You don't live in Wales, but you could qualify. The triple point of water is, let me remember this now. I think it's 273.16 degrees Celsius, Diego. Yeah, just off the top of my head. Yeah. There's a couple of other things that are really important in there as well. You can't just heat a bowl of water up to 273 degrees and hit the triple point. There's some other factors involved in hitting the triple point, particularly pressure. What's the pressure? I don't know. Go and read the Wikipedia article. I'm not a chemist. I did geology, so I didn't have to do that. Go on. Go and read. Educate yourselves. Oh, is it 273K? Yeah, that's a bit different. Yeah. The triple point of water is the unique temperature and pressure at which the three phases of water, solid, ice, liquid, water, and gas, vapor, spelled incorrectly, can coexist in thermodynamic equilibrium. This occurs at a temperature of 273.16 Kelvin and a pressure of 611.657 pascals. You gotta squeeze a lot of pascals in there. Fun. Yeah, K and C. Look, I was just quoting whoever said it. Don't blame me, blame Hamster. Hamster said 273.16 C. So blame Hamster, not me. Strife Warden, thank you for the follow. I will now play the game. Thank you for your attention. I've completely forgotten what I was doing. I'm also very excited about the fact that Mary might have a Vintage Story server at some point. This is a gaming stream? Eh. Right, house research. Beautiful. Beautiful, although I haven't gained much steel. Now, we have a minor coal crisis going on. One steam coal mine requires 2 cores. 2. $600 coal. 200. So are they currently doing 240? Nah. 31 points. Why are you giving it to me? This is like when supermarkets give the prices for 2 similar products, and one is price per like 100 grams, and the other one is price per liter. Like, why? What is that per day? Need the per diems, people. Well, it's going to be better. A constitutional democracy? Wash your mouth out. How dare you utter the D word, or the C word, in my presence, puny mortal. There are 6 different forms of ice. Yeah, I couldn't tell you about them, but yeah, I'm aware that there are different forms. Different isomorphs, I think that's the word. Because the same thing happens, because it's a mineral, the same thing happens with mineralogy, where a good example being carbon arranging itself into different forms like graphite and diamonds, for example. Pretty cool. That have extremely different properties. Yeah, there's some really cool videos on Triple Point. I think some of the big science channels have done it. I think Nile has done a good Triple Point video. I seem to remember I've watched that. Maybe Destin? Can't remember now. There's quite a lot. There's a lot of stuff out there. Winter is coming. It is if we don't get on with this. Steel coal mine. Well, let's get this unlocked. Because I mean, it's gonna be more coal. More coal is better. Once those arrive. I could potentially delete the hothouse and get the core back. If I wanted to do both. Or we could delete Yak. Yeah, you better work hard. I'm watching you. Why are we talking? Did you miss my lecture? How long have you been away? Probably, I've just spent the last hour talking about something that has nothing to do with the game. You're off cooking? Yeah, I've been talking about other stuff. I was talking about climate change. Because someone asked a very good question. Which I knew the answer to, so I thought I would answer it. You asked about, you did, you asked about violence with rocks. I want the pointy ones. The pointy, you know the same stones you use for skimming? Those ones. Sharpen the edges a little bit. Give it a good flick. Running off tangent. I know, I love the tangents as well. That's why I'm here. Strive Warden, thank you very much for the Prime sub. That is most kind of you. Thank you so much. You get ad-free viewing for the next month. Thank you for putting up with the ads that you just put up with. Omg. You want to ask about that? No, please do. I love tangents. I love talking about science. Science. If I knew more science, like if I was a professional scientist of some kind, I would totally do some kind of like science content because I love it. Love it, love it, love it. But I don't feel like I'm qualified enough or knowledgeable enough to actually do that. But I love talking about it when it comes up. Oh, thank you, Strife. I agree, they are the worst. Unfortunately, they pay my rent. Captain. Do it anyway. I try. I'm just very aware of the fact that I'm not an expert. But then if everyone who wasn't an expert, well, mind you, people not being experts does cause some problems when they think they know what they're doing, so... I try my best not to be that guy. Captain, a group of exhausted survivors has reached our city. From their frantic explanations, we know that they listened to your TED talk about climate change and have come to listen to more. Come a great distance, and many of them died on the way. The phrase doom is coming keeps being repeated. And they say that many more refugees are following them. They are begging you to help them. Well, I am a beneficent god. Gotta get that right. Dunning-Kruger. You kind of Dunning-Kruger. I'm meaning more like people who particularly make short-form social media content where they use a small piece of information that they don't really understand about a topic like climate change to sensationalize it for views so they can get revenue. That's like the worst evil we have on the planet at the moment, as far as I'm concerned. Because it's going to destroy civilization. Because then you get people running around going, there's no such thing as climate change because Bob on Instagram said so. Like, okay. Right, so we'll send out search parties to bring them to the city. Let's be cautious. This group will enter our city. You'll decide what to do with the others later. I think we could send out search parties. Resolve the situation with the incoming refugees. Okay. Oh, that's a really good question. If you were forced to deliver a TED Talk in 3 days' time, what topic would you discuss? That's a really good question. Yeah, that's a really good question. I think TED Talks are generally about 10 minutes. If I remember correctly. Honestly, I think I'll go kind of boring. So I think I would... Because TED is all about exposing people to things that they don't experience in everyday life. It's about disseminating information that people don't ordinarily come across. I think I was going to say have access to, but these days that's almost impossible. So I think I would talk about content creation. I think I would talk about the world of content creation and what it's like, and maybe the threat that AI and LLMs have to the artistic profession. Yeah, there'd probably be that. It would probably be like I couldn't address it from a scientific point of view, because there would definitely be people who've probably already given TED Talks on the threat of AI to human artistry. LLM, large language model, ChatGPT. Grok. So I think I would have to approach it from a more personal point of view. To give people an insight into what it's like to do both VOD content creation and live streaming, and how I feel about the upcoming looming threat of AI. How I'm dealing with using AI and living alongside AI. What I think it's going to do to the gaming industry. Yeah, I think I could do an interesting 10 minutes on that. Which, yeah, there's probably some other topics that I could do, but honestly, any other topics that I'm an expert in, I am very out of date in, so, and would be quite boring. Your future bunker. How to build a bunker. Tuesday, who's coming? Yeah, I think that's what I would do. I don't think I could really do anything else right now, because that's like the only thing I have experience of in the last 5 years. Emperor Tangerine Palpatine. Love that guy. He's so cool. Not really joking. Please vote for someone else. We don't like him. Anyway. He can't come back unless a bunch of people agree that he can. He says, pointing at Putin. And Xi Jinping. And pretty much every other dictator who has ever dictated. Grumpy old man. Sir, a crowd has dragged an old man from his house. No, it can't be you, because you're already in it. They are going to force him to submit to the public penance. I'm in the game. I'm God. Repent, you wretch, someone shouts. Maybe this will teach you to keep your foul mug shut. This man is known for his sharp tongue, but we have no reason to doubt his piety and loyalty to me. Right. Discontent will fall slightly. He might get hurt, but I am the one who introduced public penance. And this piety and loyalty is to me, so let your people go? No. I trust my people. I trust my people as they trust me. Okay, you did what you could. Bedtime. I hope you get to the end of the main campaign today and don't forget to turn up the music when you do. Okay, cool. Thank you for the tip. Alright, so these are the wonders from the wilderness. That's my coal injection. My food storage is full. It's not good. Do I lose it if I do that? Let's just add one. No, I don't want to destroy the resources. That would be bad. Nice. Should we do charcoal kilns as well? We could do the resource upgrade. Yeah, because I can just keep adding more at the moment. Let's go for the charcoal kiln. So I do have three of those. One of which is not stuffed, I've just realized. Oh, I'm just gonna try. So when it says storage limit reached, I'm guessing that's local storage, right? I didn't really, when I put that down, I didn't really understand it, so. Enough for 2 gathering posts. Okay, well it does have 2 gathering posts. Coal's nearly here.
Praise our inspired leader. You may retire for the night.
Praise me. How goes it? It's going great. No one has died. Cold owns. Captain, some people are concerned low temperature. Oh fuck! I didn't start upgrading the homes. Although I think I literally only just unlocked that. No, I didn't. Yeah, I've got that. Sorry. Captain, some of our people are concerned about the low temperature in their homes. The quite sensitive people point out it's going to full of blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's what I said. No one's died from the cold. You little minor murders. No, I'm not gonna. I am gonna address that right now, but I'm gonna address it because you say so. So, paper house. Base heating level 3. 25 steel, which means I have enough steel. Oh, actually, before I do that, let me make sure that I do. Oh, they're not back yet. I need to reserve 100 and so. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, steel is going to become a bit of a bottleneck. There's a problem. Nope, no acts of, nope, nope, acts of worship, acts of devotion, acts of piety. It's rather chilling that I can just dip into real-world religious stuff to come up with this shit. The acts of piety. Clunk. Okay, so I'm gonna do a steam coal mine. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. These already have steam cores. They already have steam cores. I'm going to get 3 steam cores. These have steam cores, which means I can upgrade all 3 of them. I'll get back... Yeah, I won't get back enough steel, though. Because... these are 40 steel, and I get back 8 steel, which means I need 32 steel apiece. Don't mance me. I need 32 steel apiece, so I basically need 100 steel to do all 3. Which means I can spend 76 steel on houses, which means I can do 3 of them. Yay. Yeah, I understand. But the maths should be correct. I'm assuming when you upgrade, you get that. But that is an assumption. Alright, so we're gonna go for housing upgrade. Alright, who are the lucky people? Can I put these in place? Yeah, I can. 1, 2, 3. Have I done it? Oh, I've done it at the end of the day again. Why do I keep doing that? Well, have a nice night outside your construction site. Oh, please don't die. No, because dismantle only gives back 75%, so you're looking at the wrong numbers. It would be better to look at how expensive. Oh, wait, do you get the full build cost back? So you get that back. Okay. Alright, cool. Any controls at that? I don't know. Cancel? If I cancel that, does it delete the bunkhouse? No. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do it in the morning. Otherwise, they'll have to sleep outside. Joe. Huzzah. So that's a lot of people. I've just realized they're gonna turn up expecting somewhere to live. Oops. That is, then it's gonna be -7. Oh god, this is about to go very, very, very wrong. Because I am gonna have to we're gonna have to start killing people. It's the only way. Because that is 70 people. Hands for everyone? Yep, pretty much. I mean, that literally has to be the case. Okay, well, there's the steam core over here, conveniently. It's not really doing much, so let's put them over here. So they've got the fighting thing there. Did I ever build a pub? Did I build that? I think I built that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I don't really need things that give hope anymore because we've got religion. Charcoal kiln. Are we doing okay at the moment? Problem I'm gonna have is I need to make sure that I research the ability to turn this up more because currently I can't. Because we haven't unreached that yet. And I don't think I can afford it anyway. Here come the steam cores. All right. With some steel as well, which is nice. Charcoal production's getting interesting. Yeah. Steam coal mine. One, 2, 3. Cool. Okay. In the morning, we upgrade some houses because I forgot they were bringing steel, so I can even do even more now. So I can do by the mid morning, I'm probably gonna be able to do 7 or 8. Sorry, Yak, I've upgraded your workplace. Can you build it for me? Don't sulk. Are you warming your butt on the steam core? It's fair enough. Alright, where are we sending these guys? An oddly shaped building bristling with various antennas and instruments. It looks like some kind of research facility. A wide lane of crushed ice extends along the shore as far as the eye can see, obviously left by the Americans. Not the French. Not the French. American's not correct. Let's do ice corridor. I don't like this interface. Doodah, doodah. Yeah. They added streamers. They have. It's going a bit Orthanc, you know? It's got a bit of a orc aesthetic going on now. With the fire and the little, like, crappy streamery things. Alright, steam coal mine. I heard that there might be a plan to clean the Statue of Liberty. Is that true? They're going to take the verdigris off it. You know that? I wonder what the point is, because it when it was originally installed, obviously it was copper, so it was shining fresh copper. But within about 3 years, it had completely tarnished to be the color it is now. And so if they do clean it, unless they coat it with something, it's just going to do the same thing. I can't imagine that would be a very small job to do. I know it's not a particularly big statue, but it's big enough. Paint it gold? Yeah, probably something like that. Yeah, that's my concern. Because essentially the patina is protecting it. And like it's been green for the majority of its life. It's kind of iconic, like it's green, like that's the color. So is there a centenary? Yeah, because it's the 250th, isn't it? Is it next year? Yeah, next year, 250. I think that was what it was in conjunction with. Yeah, next year's 4th of July is going to be big. Large. Rushed, yeah, it's not small. And you would hope that something like that would be done Carefully, not quickly. What was the... Oh, it's the cold at home thing. Wait, what? Oh, God. No. No, no, it can't get cold. No, 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 no. Can I opt out of that? Oh, no. It's gonna go to 70. And then it's gonna go to 80. Chat, help. That's not okay. That's not okay. Another blessed day. You won't be saying that in about 5 days' time. Think warm thoughts? That's about all we're going to have, because we're not going to have any ability to get any more heat out of this thing yet. Minus 80 scares me, I know. I am aware. Alright. We can probably do the has an upgrade now. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. Meanwhile, you know, tents.
Work starts. All workers double your effort for our divine leader.
Yes. Divine leader. Was that for? Oh, food. Yes, look at my new Steam call thingies. So how does Yak interface with this one now? Oh. Oh. He's gone a bit, like, sparky and fiery. That's pretty cool. This is July? Yeah, I think you're right. Research faster. I need to get upgrades. I desperately need to get upgrades. Please. Please research faster. We call display. Yep. Gonna be fine. And soon I can put this in. And we can go and get more stuff from somewhere else. Look, as look at that. Livable. Livable today. The statue of happiness and her cup of coffee. What is that? Is that a thing? Oh, do you mean Starbucks? I've been to the original Starbucks in Seattle. Oh, Liberty City. I thought you were referring to the very Statue of Liberty-esque Starbucks logo. Alright. Charcoal kiln bell is researched, so we get more charcoal. Now that we have increased our coal output, I need to be able to output more heat with the charcoal, with the coal. Because otherwise, everyone's gonna die. That's no good, because that's kind of temporary. So we just basically need to do that. Yup. More heating. I'm guessing that's that. What's wrong with you? No. Might need to turn on the wall drill. Okay, let's turn that on. Who should we send to the wall? Oh, like children. A desperate father. Landoners? One of our people has quietly left the city in the night. He left a note, Captain, I apologize for leaving my post. I have to follow the Landoners. I have to try to bring my daughter back, or at least die with her if I can't persuade her. I'm sorry, but I can't abandon my child. Wish me luck. Fair enough. Good luck. Where did you work, more importantly? Did you work anywhere? Maybe you were unemployed. Alright, people arrive in 2 hours. Coal arrives in 3 hours. More. Oh god, this is gonna... Oh wow, this is gonna get really bad. This is gonna get really bad. That's another... Another 70. Is it 3 lots of 70? Is it 210 people? I'm regretting sending out search parties. No spoilers. I'm regretting sending out search parties. I mean, it's so... there's some opportunities. One of my concerns is literally just space. Because 270 people is 27 tent/houses/whatever. All those people need heating, obviously. All of those homes, tents need to be upgraded. All those mouths need feeding, but that's slightly a self-solving problem because obviously I can send them to go and get more food. Yeah, there's no bigger houses, there's only better houses. Well, the footprint of the house isn't that big, but that's a lot of extra space, and I'm slightly concerned that I'm going to run out of space to put production buildings, which I'm guessing is part of the challenge. But yeah, I haven't seen in the tech tree, at least. You can't actually interrogate this, so I don't know what these things are, but it could be house redesign. That's the only one that I can see. Maybe this takes it up to 20 or something. Possible. Alright, so that is also down, which means I can now build that. Make a human compost pile? Rotting people. The longest you've lost is 49 minutes? Of in-game time or real time? Because if you only lasted 49 minutes of game time, that would be impressive. It's about as long as I lasted in Vintage Story today. Logged in, walked across to the trees and went, nope, and logged out. It's a nope from me. I'm honestly surprised I got as far as I did without having any issues, really. But boy, is that about to change, I suspect. Because this game is designed to make you go, oh yeah, no, we're fine. Everything's okay. Everything's under control. No, it isn't. You are wrong. Running from the storm. A huge crowd of people has reached our city. Many of them are sick. Oh no. One thing I do have is pretty good medical infrastructure. They say that some kind of enormous weather anomaly. Oh no. Oh, I was wondering what that was referencing earlier. Ruh-roh. Yeah, exactly, Chaos. Exactly. And I love that. I love the design of this game. It is so good. Some kind of enormous weather anomaly is coming. They'll die without our help. Is this the group that's just arrived, or is this a different group? The same group, right? Yeah. We never survived. Thank our lucky stars that the polar explorer Nansen warned us about the disaster and told us to evacuate. Please let us in. 70 people, 30 of them ill, will enter our city. Discontent will rise. Hope will rise. I don't care about hope. 40 people enter our city. Discontent will rise. Hope will fall slightly. Oh, man. Oh, as a human being, I really want to click that one, but the path that I have chosen in the game is that one. No, it's not a lose-lose-lose situation, because I have opted out of hope. My religious indoctrination is total on my population, And if these people die, they don't care. So I can do that bottom one, and essentially nothing happens. But I think it's really interesting that just as an empathetic human, I really want to do the top one, because of course I do. And it's just I find this really interesting. Like, it's just pixels. Like, they're not real. They're obviously not real people. They're not even pixels, really. They're just it's just text. But like, it's so hard not to click that one. That's really interesting. I think it's a testament to how absorbing the game is. I'm role playing, yeah, exactly. So I agree with Chaos. I think taking the healthy ones, so I have them as workers, I think would be sensible. I don't think I can do that for every group though, potentially, because it's still going to be 120 people. In a way, this is worse than this one. If you think about it, like, think about this situation if it was reality. Saying everyone's welcome obviously is the empathetic human thing to do. Saying only the healthy ones, what that means in practice is you're like, okay, you're ill, you don't come in. You carry on. So if you send them all on their way, the ones who are sick have people who are healthy to look after them. And therefore their chances of survival are much, much higher. And so in a way, this is the least moral option of the three. Yeah, that's true, Prayer. That is true. I guess if you thought that, it depends what they're sick from, so chances are it's going to be exposure. Well, we don't know that. They've made it this far. Well, that's 40 extra people. They might be from London, so it might be bubonic plague, yeah.
People of God, our wise leader declares work done for today.
Rest, my children. Tomorrow brings -70. This consent's already gone. It's because religion. Just like the take the healthy. Take the healthy ones only. Yeah, you're not wrong. They survive, and because they're the sick ones who survived, presumably they're very strong individuals with strong minds and determination. And they're the ones that are going to be really pissed off with you. So yeah, that's cool. Good luck with that. Wall drill? I put children in the wall drill. Oh, I didn't turn it on. Thank you. It really annoys me that you can assign staff and have it halted and have them not be unassigned. I can see an argument for that, but I would prefer it if it chucked them out. I don't know if it's in the game. Maybe it could be. This game's thrown some other things at us that we didn't expect. But, like, everything has a consequence, apparently, so... Yeah, Chaos, that's true, but you're right, that is an ethically slippery slope. I really want to take that storage upgrade because I'm having a storage issue. But we need heat upgrades. But I might, the next one I might quickly grab that storage upgrade. Because we're about to hit that again. Keep upgrading the houses. Okay, so if we go from tent straight to house, that makes sense. We've run out of trees. Hang on. Is it possible to paint yourself into a... Oh, don't worry, I got the wardrobe. It's fine, it's fine. Ignore me. It is, but I can't. It's fine. We're okay. Holy moly, it's taken them a long time to build these houses, and I've just realized I put those down at the wrong time of day, but never mind, it's okay. What's all this then? This is Frostpunk. This is my first time, despite the fact this game has been out for a while, because I've been saving it for a special occasion. Build a massive igloo? I mean, we were talking about this last week. Wouldn't it be easier just to use the resources to build some kind of roof? Because surely that would be warmer. Make them hot bunk? Literally. Iranda, hello. Thank you very much for the 37. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Good to see you. How's the pooch? Bonnie's good. Nice. Man Spider, this is Frostpunk. It's been out for a long time. I would be amazed if you don't know about this game. I got it free from Epic 2 winters ago, I think, when they did their like Christmas free game every other day. And I've been saving it because I knew that I would love it. And I was just saving it for a time when I didn't know what else to play. And a couple of weeks ago, I was like, I have no idea what I want to stream. I don't even really want to stream. So I was like, right, it's Frostpunk time. So we broke out the Frostpunk, and I am so happy that I did that. Because literally, because I was having a few days of not having particularly good mental health. And a bit of a slump. A few things on my mind. And this totally lifted me back out of that. So that's really cool. It's a great game. It's got to be one of the best games ever made. It's so good. If you dig deep enough, yeah, it's true. Cola borehole, 180 degrees C. South African diamond mines, 2 kilometers deep, 50 degrees. Help him over that slump. Yeah, it's, you know, it comes and goes. Comes and goes. The main thing is that you're just honest with yourself. Honestly, if you do suffer from depression, and I wouldn't say that I do right now, But it's a bit like being an alcoholic, right? You're always an alcoholic. So, having suffered from very, very severe depression a few years ago, it was just like the occasional little telltale sign. You're like, yeah, a little bit creeping in. Just got to look after yourself. Transport the warm air up. Yeah, I think the best way to do geothermal is with water. So you pump the water down, a bit like fracking, really. You pump the water down, heat the water up. Water is there's a reason that we use water for heating everything. There's the reason that we use water in coal-fired power stations, oil-fired power stations, nuclear reactors. It will be used in fusion generators when they become industrially capable. Like it's what we use for heat transfer. Because it's the best thing we have. F the slumps, absolutely. Yeah, pretty much Steel Arrow, yeah. Not much. The one exception is arguably wind power. There's no water directly involved in that necessarily. If you think about it like an old-fashioned windmill, like a grain-grinding windmill or a Dutch polder, there's no water involved in the power chain. But that is atypical, I would say. Oh, really, Viper? Yeah, it doesn't take much. It depends what's under the ground. If there's some volcanic reason for there to be heat closer to the surface, then obviously it's going to be warmer. But just generally, as you go down, it gets warmer. Yeah, eventually converted to steam, sure. But originally wind? Yeah, can't really do much about that right now. Oh, I could turn on overdrive, I guess. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is a problem. That is a problem. Big problem. Well, as King Canute found out, the general concept of holding back the entire ocean is probably not a great plan in the long run. Not much geothermal electricity, there absolutely is. So the Lake District sits above a very major batholith, and there is actually quite a lot of latent volcanic heat in that region. So there, I mean, and there's geothermal everywhere. You can do geothermal pretty much anywhere on Earth. It's just a matter of how deep you have to dig and how much heat you can get out. Obviously, if you're somewhere like Iceland, you can get a lot of heat out of it without digging very far at all. But pretty much everywhere you can do geothermal. You can do geothermal pretty much anywhere in the UK. No, not pretty much. Anywhere in the UK. It is possible. It is viable. If I had an off-grid homestead, geothermal is definitely something I would look into. Oh, there you go, Jack. Yeah. Like, the
Work
technology is
starts.
getting really good.
All workers double your effort for our
We're out of wood.
supply.
Yeah, I know. Slight problems. Children need to drill faster. Please. Thank you. Well, so one thing we can do, maybe. Maybe not. Oh god, this is gonna be a problem. This is gonna go wrong very quickly. I think we can get to the end of the stream. But next time I stream this, we might have to have a what happens after I fail plan. 'Cause that's it's probably gonna happen. I need 25 wood to be able to do that. I think we might have to turn away the more people. I don't need more people right now. I need resources. Can I even build? Nope. No, I cannot. Well, at least I'm about to be able to turn the heat up. Turn off some of the charcoal kilns? Possibly? Alright. Heat already enabled, because of course it is. Alright. Back to not completely awful. Generated power upgrade 3 is not till down there. Holy crap. Hello, Mama Goat. Welcome to It's Going Wrong. Welcome to It's All Going a Bit Pear-Shaped. It's all gonna be fine. Just trust in the Lord. That's me. Unless it starts going really wrong, in which case it's no me. We could do that, except I can't actually even start the flippin' research right now. Yeah, I think we might have to turn off the coal things. There, then we're gonna run out of coal. Charcoal kiln. Kind of annoying that it doesn't turn the heater off when you turn the thing off. Because we need the woolly coats and possibly the lamb. Okay, so... There, wrong. There. I think I need 20 to start that. Yeah, there you go, Viper. And it's an extremely green technology. Very green. It's technically not renewable, but essentially renewable. Like really, 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 really long term. Oh boy. Okay. So arguably, geothermal is not solar power. It's one of the few energy sources we have that is not. So the heat of the Earth, the vast majority of it, becomes from radioactive decay, which has nothing to do with the sun. It has to do with a previous sun. So it's solar in the sense that a different star created it. A different star created that material, but not our star. You need power to pump it? Yes. Yeah. You need a way to start the system for sure. But it depends what you're using it for. So if you're using the heat that's coming out of the ground to heat your house using water, then it needs a constant supply of electricity. If you're using the geothermal to produce electricity, then obviously it can be self-sustaining once you get it going if it's a big enough source. So it depends what you're doing. So like in Iceland, for example, where they have a huge geothermal heat source, they use it to power their power stations. But that's because they have a literal magma plume underneath the country. In most places, it would be a much softer version of that, where you're just using the water to heat your house, which of course then does need electricity, but you would otherwise be using that electricity to heat the water. So, yeah, Diego. So it's the chain of radioactive decompositions, radioactive decay, that leads from plutonium, uranium, thorium, that lot. There's quite a few. It's the decay of those down to eventually lead. And so funnily enough, the one of the best arguments against the young Earth hypothesis is the existence of lead on Earth. Because all lead on Earth is a product of radioactive decay of the Earth. And for that to happen, it has to have been around for quite a long time. I'd love to set a research goal. Okay, I got a bit wood now. Oh boy. Wrong. Right. Oh man, what do I do? That needs steam cores. Heater efficiency is probably uses less coal, I would think. Heaters are so there's the central core stack. You have the steam hubs, which draw from that central column, and then some of the work buildings, but not the houses, have heaters in them that burn coal separately. So that's what that is. So that makes more coal available for the steam system. I don't think, given how I'm using stuff right now, I don't think I really need extra storage because I can switch some stuff around. So I don't need to get that right now. That requires... Oh, that doesn't require a steam core. Huh. So this isn't going to be a resources issue. This is going to be a I can't generate the heat issue. So the overdrive thing lasts around 2 days. So for our like long term, that's no good. I mean, that helps in the short term. And then it takes what, like 3 or 4 days to cool down again. Oh man, do I go for range so I cover more of my buildings? Or do I go for heater? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Let's get that. I don't know. It's all going wrong. How much do I need to build the depot thing? 25 wood, 45 steel. Let's do that so then I can bring more wood in. And get rid of some people. What do you mean, eh? How am I supposed to connect it to a road? I can't put a road on it. I don't have enough wood. Shut up. I don't have a wood problem. But a little bit of a wood problem. Oh man, what do I do with these people? I think I have to say no. Because they're just gonna die in tents. At least, let's just get these people up to bunkhouses. What now? Defender of the old faith? I am the new faith. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Sir, there's a rumor about a preacher who has the gall to openly question my vision. According to our informant, he's already attracted several followers, and together they've been heard repeatedly saying, "We are children of God." Our captain is wrong to put himself above all others. Views like these threaten our unity. There is an usurper. They shall be dealt with. The question is, do we... Can I, so we got, where's my thumper? Okay, that can be automatoned. Gathering posts can also be automatoned. So what I could do with this, instead of going for the wood, is I could go for the steam cores. We could build a whole bunch of but that's not going to help the temperature problem. This is the problem. Like, I could have all the coal in the world and I can't turn the heat up. That's the problem. That's going to be the issue. I suspect that's that's the whole point of the game. The next Einstein must be... Do you mean Zweistein? Einstein, Zweistein, Dreistein. That was very sudden. Oh god. Another huge group of refugees has arrived. They've been in worse condition than the previous one, many of them victims of frostbite. They all talk about a huge storm coming from the south. Nansen led us north because his years exploring the Arctic taught him to survive here using natural resources. Where is Nansen? Nobody could have guessed what was coming, though. Should we let them in? Everyone's welcome. 70 people, 25 of them ill, 25 gravely ill. Only have to when we get another 20. Oh, man. Oh, man. I placed tents for the 270, I think, didn't I? Or did I just place them? No, I just placed them for the 70. Ooh. I don't need 20 more people. Although if people start dying of cold, I might need 20 more people. Oh, this is hard. I can't take 70. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Thanks, Viper. Ugh. Should I pick? You are so unobservant. Have you tried watching the stream? I picked healthy ones only. Which was, it was only 20 this time. Last time it was 40. So that group was 20 healthy, 25 ill, and 25 gravely ill. My mouse is all over, then I blink at it. Yeah, yeah. When I click, the screen closes straight away. Okay, heater efficiency upgrade research. That's good because that'll give us more coal. Okay, so more coal's inbound. I get another 70 people, which are probably going to be even more sick. I'm guessing. Is that finished? Yes. Okay, so we can go. We were doing the coal. I'm not sure if I can have two. No. So we can go. We can go wood. We can go food. We can go steam coals. I think I'm gonna go steam coals. Because I can always gather a few and then switch. One steam coal per day. And then at least that allows me to create some automatons and automate some stuff. Or create some extra stuff. And then if everyone dies, it'll just be me and the Yakiforms. Me and the Yakatons. I hate this interface. Why can't I do it from here? Which one of these do I need to click on? This one? Why? Why do it like that? Why not have a list of available things here? We found Tesla. The scouts managed to get in through the obstacle and survived. Oh, is it actually RNG? I was wondering whether it was scripted or random. That's interesting. Oh, it goes back to the replayability question from earlier. Like, what's the replayability like? If those things are random, I'd imagine that massively increases the replayability.
Praise our inspired leader.
Yes, and praise me.
For the night.
I am inspired. I'm not panicking. I didn't lose a team. I just called my current scout team number 2 because I like the number 2. You will be excommunicated for defamation and being irreverent. Right. We have attained near godhood. Why do I feel like we might need this? I think we're gonna take that as an option.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Base heating level 2. Okay, so maybe I can get rid of my... I can get rid of my medical posts if I build this. What's the resources for that? Why have you put dead in capitals? I find that offensive. Are you predicting that I'm going to kill everyone? How dare you doubt me? Am I researching something? No. Right. I'm gonna get this resource upgrade because I want that. Let's do that. That's gonna stop me worrying about that and that. Good. Why do I keep doing that in the evening? It just gives you more motivation to build your house. Lots of flashy things going on down the bottom. Pray like everything depends on God, work like everything depends on you. Work time.
Begins. May Lord preserve our great leader.
Alright, build an outpost. Research faster. People regain more than just their health in the House of Healing. Gentle care and the words of the scripture restore a little hope in their hearts as well. Should we stuff it entirely with kids? Why not? Going to play? I just sent you to work. I'm playing. Where are you playing, Gideon? Where is my... there. Where are you playing? playing under the shrine. Okay. On your own? What are you playing? Okay. Did you notice that they were an orphan? Awkward. I guess I can boost these. I've got loads of people. Alright, last wave of the 3. His imaginary family? Resource depot upgraded. Yay. Okay. Large resource depot. Well, well, well. Can't be built in place of existing depot. Okay. I'm guessing that lets us use... Oh, infirmaries will employ fewer people. You're starting your 10,000th battle in World of Warships. Well, congratulations on reaching 10,000 battles. May it be a good one. I'm considering doing that so that I can get to, I don't know, because like to turn the heat up on the central steam column, I have to get to here. That's the next time I get to do that. I can upgrade the range. I can do overdrive, but that's only temporary. And so this is kind of like, you know, suck it up. Generate a safety bypass. Does that let you keep that turned on? Automatons will cost 20 wood and 20 less steel to make. Considering I'm about to make some automatons. Improves workplace integration of automatons, boosting their efficiency. The other thing I haven't done is this. I haven't done that at all. Get some more scouts. Got plenty of people. Yeah, let's do that. Move things along. Right, can I make any more houses? Houses. Holy moly, so many to upgrade. Here we go. The third group of refugees is here. They're on the verge of collapse, exhausted by their journey and tending the gravely ill and injured with them. Their leader, Nansen, isn't among them. We're evacuating everyone we can, but many stayed behind, with those who were too ill to travel, Nansen among them. God have mercy on us all. The great frost is coming. Shall we let them in? Hey, Hertz, how you doing? There are 60 people and 50 of them are gravely ill. Is there any point in me even taking the 10? You're not blinking. The challenge is I had to like guess when Yak's gonna need to blink. Ooh. Did he catch it? Is he gonna have to ask again? Why I clicked? He did. What looms ahead, sir? Now we can clearly see what the refugees were running from. And are still running from, because most of them had to leave. The Great Frost is coming. We have to prepare. Our scientists say they can calculate the severity of the storm from observations. They just need a day or two to prepare their instruments and install them in the beacon. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is the beginning of the end. The storm is coming, and when it reaches the city, there will be nothing more you can do but wait it out. The storm moves towards the city, destroying and killing everything on its way, including any outpost teams and scouts caught on Frostland. It will bring with it extreme cold, which will render some facilities inoperative. The city has to be well prepared to survive this natural disaster. The storm is coming, and when it reaches the city, there will be nothing more you can do but wait it out. If the beacon's stereoscopic lenses technology has been researched, the time until the end of the storm will be shown in the panel. Oh boy. Research beacon stereoscopic lens. Is that a new thing? Top right of, oh, okay, cool. How close am I to that one? Halfway. I need 100 steel. I don't have 100 steel. Cool, I guess we'll come back when we have 100 steel. Okay, so what's going on? Temperature. It's going a bit funky. Temperature will rise significantly by 2 levels. Temperature will fall by 2 levels. Temperature will rise by 1 level. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. No, it wasn't there before. It is new. I'll get this done first. Okay, yeah, the calm before the storm. Like, oh, yeah, it's gonna be nice and warm. T-shirt weather. Am I gonna finish this today? No. What I'll probably do is, when it looks like there's a good, like, Act 3 transition, because I feel like this stream and the previous stream have been Act 2. The first stream was Act 1. And so, if I feel like I hit a transition point, I'll stop there. And we can get through what I think is probably going to be the last bit. Another stream. Probably Wednesday. Unless everyone dies. Yeah, that's that. Alright. I still don't have 100 steel. Okay. I'll wait. Except they're not going to get to 100 because it's nighttime. Nighttime.
Our wise
Nighttime.
leader declares work done for today.
Alright, we have more scouts. Is that wind or screeching tires? Great new scout team. You have to wait until Wednesday? Possibly, yeah. Should I recall the scouts? Well, no, because the storm is not here yet. And I'm guessing, like, if it's coming from that direction, I might be able to work in this direction. Maybe. Or maybe maybe they just die. I don't know. Can you ask the ship's question? I don't guarantee to be able to answer it, but sure. If it's going to be, should I get this ship or this ship, prepared to be disappointed. Yeah, I don't know. Not entirely clear. Was that going to be the question? So my answer to usually my answer to should I get this ship or what's the best steel ship to get or whatever is I don't know because I don't know you. Because so much about which ships you should get is dependent on you as a player. I can't answer that question without a whole bunch of information about you. Particularly when it comes to premium ships that you're going to spend real money on. I can't make that decision for you. So probably I can't help you. Should be a warm storm? You'd have thought so. No, Yeet. Although that does sound interesting. Maybe not today. Maybe tomorrow. Your 10,000th match was a complete disaster. I feel that's somehow appropriate. Do we have time to nip over to the ice crevasse? Perhaps. 1 day and 4 hours. Yeah, that'll be fine. Good. It's an hour and 4 days there and like not as far back. Be fine. You're flying back to California tomorrow to work again on Monday and you're dreading it? Ugh. Well, wring every last bit of weekend out of your weekend. Squeeze that weekend hard. Six. Oh, 6 tomorrow. resist temptation to upgrade things. Oh, can I turn down this down? Holy crap, I can. Everyone's like, yeah, it's toasty. Like, uh-huh. Do you want to maybe not use all my coal? Where are they going? Oh yeah. The ice corridor. We're following the wide corridor of crushed ice that the American dreadnought, the USS Hephaestus, left in its wake. A triumph of engineering, we marvel at the thick slabs of ice that have been crushed and swept aside by the American dreadnought Hephaestus. Soon, we might be able to learn how it managed to accomplish such feats. We can see a huge silhouette in the distance, which might be its sister ship, Prometheus. Carry on? I can't carry on, there's a storm coming. Oh, man. Do we try and get to these things? Oh, man. You vote no? I vote yes. So it's like it's hard, it's a little small hike. Be fine. So cool. Be alright, be fine. They're not heading towards it, they're heading parallel. So be fine. A new beginning. Sir, a group of young men has gathered. Has gathered around a house. They claim that the family living there is harboring symbols of the old religion. Bye, Yeet. Have good luck. They want to get rid of them in order to purify the city. The family explains that these are priceless relics from the times before the catastrophe. They want to preserve them. Preserve the heretical imagery. Thou shalt not preserve heretical imagery. Take away the heretical relics. We got a steam core. Yeah, I kind of feel like I could turn that down even more, actually. Watch the old books tell the secret to surviving. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Don't wear your coat indoors, because then you don't get the benefit when you go outside. Ancient wisdom. Am I wrong? The ancient wisdom of the mothers. Don't go outside with wet air, you catch death. You've never heard that before? It's like standard thing that British children are taught. Don't wear your coat indoors because then you don't get the benefit of it when you go outside, which is complete nonsense from a thermodynamics point of view. But every single child in this country gets taught that as a kid. Don't wear your coat indoors because then you don't get the benefit when you go outside. Yeah, they do. No, they actually do. Yeah.
Don't do that. Oi. He's not the Messiah, he's wearing his coat indoors.
I don't know if that is unique to this country, but it's certainly very common here. But it is bollocks. You wear your coat whenever you like. So the actress that play oh no, it's actually not the mother actually. Yeah, of course it isn't. I've met the actress that plays Judith. The girlfriend. Lovely lady. Alright, 11 more steel, get going. So we need to know when the storm's coming. We won't survive this. Yeah, you might be right, John. How we managed against that monstrosity? I don't know. Don't ask me, I'm not in charge. So I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, the wall of downward whatever that is not getting any closer at the moment. I'm not in charge. I'm only in charge when it's not going wrong. When it is going wrong, it's God's fault. No, when it's going wrong. Only when it's going well. That's how that works. I get to decide. The perk of being God. Alright.
Work starts. All workers double your effort for our divine leader.
Advanced measuring instruments installed in the beacon will enable us to gauge the severity of the incoming storms. 16 hours. Begin. Yakbot's waiting for all the humans to die so he can go back to the old bridge and keep it clear. It's just sweeping the snow off. Life was simpler then. Why does knowing that it's gonna suck you? I'm not sure I want to know, actually. Okay, research station. The door of the research station has been bashed in. There are signs of fighting inside. Broken furniture, damaged scientific instruments, and splatters of blood. Inside the ransack station, we found Tesla's audio diary. A voice speaks. All the observed changes, like suns dimming, volcanic ash, could not have caused such cooling. What if the huge quake of 1887 in Patagonia was an asteroid strike? There's shouting, crashes, and then silence. Numerous tracks lead from the door towards the mountains. 2 steam cores, 55 steel, 143 wood. Oh man, this is genius design. This whole game, so clever. Like this whole thing of like, oh, the storm's coming, you better explore quickly. Would you think you can get there? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I love that, that's so good. And the fact that I pretty much randomly decided to go this way rather than the other way. I love it. Okay, so we've got Cave Hideout and the Dreadnought. There's a dark opening at the base of the hill, probably an entrance to a cave. We can see some smoke coming out of it. Let's go. Cave sounds warm. Cave does sound warm. Roasted people smoke. I mean, if there's roasted people, I'm happy to have a roasted people burger. As long as it's garnishes. Bit of lettuce, some relish. Ah, no food talk. My stomach just went, brow? Like, no. You are not having burgers until a long way away. It's like going to be February before you get a burger. Stomach. On the bright side, when I look down, I see flat, which is great. Have a steam core. Have a steam core, which means we could make a steam steelworks. Oh, that doesn't actually require... Of course, I keep forgetting. For some reason, steam steelworks doesn't require a steam core. Oh no, wait, I'm getting confused. Oh yeah, no, I can't increase my steel production that way. No. I keep going around that thought loop, and I keep forgetting. Yeah, I don't really have a use for that steam core. Other than potentially an infirmary. Or we could just grow another yak. It's warm and the coal is going down. Shush. It's because I've turned off all of my charcoal. These. Right. Let us make a automated 100 steel. Holy, 100 steel, 100 wood, 50 gold. I didn't think it was going to come down to steel. Honestly. Like, a stream ago, if you said to me which one of these three resources is going to be your bottleneck, I would not have chosen steel. Which is probably why I'm running out. Although I can't really increase my production much more. I don't really need an iron. Probably also done this off. Which I probably should have done a couple of days ago. So we briefly go down to 70, then we come back up to 60. So is it going to take that one bit at a time or not? It's not, is it? It's going to wait until there's 100 and then grab the whole. Lima Zulu Tango. Greetings. You would... Oh. Was a certain someone persuaded to log into a certain server? Because Grumbles may have done a few extra hours. Because he did a stream on Friday night that he wouldn't normally do, and he streamed a really long stream today. Are you aware that I logged into that server? I lasted 5 minutes. And then I noped out. Like, nope, thank you. Way too hardcore for me. I logged in and just ran to some trees and then couldn't find some flint, saw a dinosaur and logged out. I was like, nope. Nope, nope, not for me. Thanks very much. Well, I hope you had fun. How many times did you die? I do when they try to eat me. The auto, yeah, I noticed that the auto marker wasn't working. Yeah, on my brief run over, I tried to mark some quartz or something and I couldn't mark it. Yeah. Not sure where that is. You died 4 times. I mean, technically I died no times. I don't think there's anything in here that helps with heat. Or maybe moonshine. We can give people a bit of liquor now and then to soothe their aching bodies and souls. After introducing this law, blah, 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 every meal slightly lowers discontent. Eating soup causes less discontent. House of pleasure. Prostitutes can be employed at the public house to further lower discontent. Well, well, well. Going with the prosies. Let's go.
New law. A new law has passed.
What? That is significantly less bad than sending children to mine the wall. My wall drill is 100% manned by children. By comparison, ladies of pleasure, no, it's bad. Where is my book? No, I put it next to a church. Public house. Workers and engineers. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Personal pleasure engineer. Yep. That fits. Yep. House of Pleasure customers. I love how it's going to name them. It's going to name the actual citizens who are visiting the red light district. Patrons. Some people can't live without the pleasures of the flesh, apparently. Another step closer to the old ways we left behind in London. They've been to Soho. And stuck up in the coal a little bit. We're out of steel. Yeah, I know. It's because we're just building a yak. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I'm not going to be here much longer. I'm waiting for an opportune moment. Which may be the birth of cognitive dissident. And I'm also kind of curious what's going to happen when this finishes. Although we're not going to get it done today, which is really annoying. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. We did it. Okay. Like many things. Okay. Yak Jr. Sir, the scientists couldn't believe their eyes, but they've doubled and triple checked their calculations. They say the strongest winds of the storm will cause the temperature to plummet beyond anything we've ever experienced before. Hunting will be impossible. The plants in the hothouse will freeze. Everyone left outside the city will perish. And so will we if we can't heat our homes properly. We have to prepare. That is the third time I've been told to prepare. Oh god, that's a lot of missions. Okay, let me leave that for a second. So we have an automaton. Where'd he go? There he is. The light Yorkshireman. I'm actually not sure which county Cog is from. I don't think he's a Yorkshireman. Yeah, I don't think he's a Yorkshireman. Not 100% sure though. Right. Because they're all named the cognitive dissident. Dissidentshire? People from Lancashire would agree with you. Tiny little bit of history there. Right. What do we do with you? I think what we do with you is we put you on the hothouse. Send him to be a pleasure engineer. I'm not sure I'd want to be pleasure engineered by this thing. It looks imprecise and abrasive. And oily. And smelly. Alright, so okay, this is probably going to be a good point to stop the stream. Prepare for the storm. Recall all scouts and outpost teams. Rescue the survivors from the ice crevasse. Rescue the survivors from the snow bars. Rescue the survivors from the deep hollow. Research generator power upgrade 3. That is 2 technology levels away, by the way. Research overdrive couplings. That one I could do. Gather at least a week's worth of food for each citizen, which is a total of 1,914 food rations. Holy moly. So do I have to do something with the beacon? Or does it just get added automatically? I think it just gets added automatically. Because... So it's not telling me when it's going to arrive, which is interesting. How much time do I have? Because some of the stuff is kind of tricky, right? Those are going to take a while. Oh, here we go. 7 days and 11 hours. Ooh, that's a tight timeline for some of these things, especially that one. Because that... Gen Power Upgrade 3 is there, which means I have to go through that to that, and then do that. I mean, some of these things can be done in parallel. So getting the scouts out, doing that, that's mostly in parallel. Or I have 2 scout teams, so... so there are 2 of those in series. You see a giant ass snowflake on the timeline when the storm gets closer. Okay. So, well, I mean, if this is 7 days, 11 hours, how long is this? Like 5 days? 1, 2, 3. That's 4 days. So it's like there. More research buildings. I don't think the time is going to be the issue, Grant. It's going to be my availability of steel, basically, because these things all require steel, as well as upgrading my houses requires steel, and I have no way of getting more steel. I have as much steel as I'm going to get, other than potentially. That, but then that's another, like, that's another research distraction that I can do without. They did find some steel, that is true, and I might find some more, I guess. So yeah, I could potentially get that on the way through. Oh, this is gonna be hard. I mean, even that. I'm sitting on 1196, but can I generate another 800 net in a week? Maybe? Maybe if I build some more hunters? Which requires steel. Everything requires steel. Hunter's Hangar, 40 steel. Hunter's Hut, 20. Oh, the Hunter's Hut is only 20 wood. I could build some of those. And we could just send my surplus population off hunting. Oh boy. This absolutely feels like the beginning of Act 3, because right now, I don't think that I can do this. I can definitely do some of these. I don't think I can do all of them. Oh boy. Well, it's going to be interesting. To be continued in the next non-WoW stream. That will probably be Wednesday. Thank you very much for hanging out. It's been fun. Let me do the YouTube salute. Good night, YouTube. Thank you for hanging out. There's actually been quite a few of you here, mainly due to Grumbles. Thank you so much. There's still like 27 people on YouTube. Hello. Thank you very much. Please like and subscribe and comment and stuff. And check out other things. And come and find me on Twitch. And come and follow over on Twitch. Thank you so much. See you again soon. I'm still talking on YouTube. I have to wait until I press the button. Because YouTube has quite a long latency. Okay.